Oops, I didn't get my mic started. Oh, well, hello there, everybody. I messed up again. 2 streams in a row. No. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Okay, everything's fine. We can recover from this. I just gotta, I don't know, do something. Do better, Loki. Do better. Hey, chat, how we doing? How are we doing? As you can see, I've done a little bit of farming for Titanite and the like. I think I should have enough to make some, so we can upgrade this club. Hey, I-Man, good to see you. Let's see. Just come in again. Well, welcome on in, everybody. We're going to be continuing with our lore play of Dark Souls. So, if you guys may recall, last episode, we had done some fun little journeying around the Undead Parish, Darkroot Garden, and the Lower Undead Berg. We got a sense now of that this area seems to be in a civil conflict, in no small part thanks to Seath. We see how Seath's forces have moved in to the Darkroot Garden. And perhaps most importantly, we see how in Lower Undead Berg, there's a demon blocking our way. The goat head demon, the Capra demon. Now, good old Capra. Uh-oh. Controller's having problems. Now, good old Capra. He's become the local mob boss, taken over the Lower Berg, has all the thieves acting on his behalf, has all the stray dogs sort of tamed and working for him, has them all about. You got the regular citizens and the populace, the civilians all gathering up in a mob with torches, going after poor ladies, apparently, for whatever the reason. Maybe a loyal, maybe a Capra sympathizer. But anyway, the general sense we get is that things get pretty bad down in the Lower Berg. Obviously, you have the Undead Merchant, as I mentioned before, being like, oh, the nerve of the demon to go in there. So people feel like they have to be forced out if they want to make it. Uh-oh, controller's causing a little bit of trouble. That might cause some trouble in the future. Might have to open it up and do a little bit more with it to make sure that it's in good condition. But essentially, we stopped before we could go into the depths because I want to go into the Catacombs today. And in order to make that all work out, we need to upgrade this to a decent holy weapon. Which, hey, thanks to Darkroot Garden, we got ourselves the Divine Ember. Now, there was a blacksmith who went into the fortress ruins of the Darkroot Garden after locking up his friend, a warrior of Havel, not the original Havel as we established, but one of his many adherents who likes to cosplay as him. And this divine blacksmith, or a clergy blacksmith, a cleric blacksmith, essentially went to the fort ruins, holed up in there, and started making weapons from out of there. And certain people who want to go into the catacombs, they would occasionally go there and visit for the sole purposes of basically getting his blessed weapons for the purposes of dealing with skeletons. Because as we learn, both undead, those not reflected in game, and skeletons, enemies who revive from death and resist actually, just dying, are heavily affected by the power of holy magic. Very curious that. Now, as we will see, our friend as we did see, our friend the blacksmith is no more. He's dead, so we can't exactly take that ember and give it to him, so instead we go to Andre.
Why, that's a rare ember you have there.
Yeah, it's something very unusual.
I've seen one of those before. It's the ember of a divine blacksmith. Might you consider leaving that with me? I could produce divine weapons with a flame such as that.
Now, Andre is a rustic blacksmith of Astora. He just makes normal, ordinary, mundane weapons. But as we established, Astora is a country that well, we established how knights have a close association with religiosity. They're men of both, they're for God and country. And this extends even more so in Astora, where we see that they will have blessed swords and generally a stronger sense of religious ties compared to so many of the other nations that are, again, all ostensibly God-fearing countries. So it's no surprise that Andre's actually familiar with this ember, even though he's at least seen it, even if he hasn't personally necessarily worked with it. But he at least seems familiar enough with it to know how to do it. So we give this to him.
Thanks for that. You've made a fine decision. You soon shall see.
Now let's talk.
I know little of the...
Yep, so same thing, he says whatever. Alright, now... if I recall correctly, I just need, like 7, right? To upgrade my 2 weapons, but we'll see. Actually, you know what, let's start with 5. 'Cause I don't remember the exact numbers. Reinforced weapon. Yeah, so first we gotta start with the club, so... Alright, so we need 2 more. Gotcha. And then we'll go to +5. So... Perfect. Alright, what do I need for this? I need 2 more Titanite shards for Morningstar. We might do that too. Modify equipment. We need a green Titanite shard, though, if we want that. Ooh, we might have to go all the way to Blighttown, then, if we want to do that. Well, I guess we're going to start with the depths, then, chat. I was hoping we could just go straight into... But nope. Need that green shard. Purchase item. In that case, let's upgrade our current weapon. Yeah, we don't have anything we need to repair. Reinforced weapon. And we could get 3 more and we'll be maxed out. Yeah. Andre's my favorite undead. Yeah, Andre's great. Oh. What is... Very strange. You know what, chat? Give me a sec. I'm gonna quickly see if I can just spray this thing to get it better. Spray and pray. Alright, let's see. That looks to have worked, yep. No problem, so. Just see a little bit of a greasing. Sad that all of his brothers is no more, just petrified. Strange only that petrification come up only in DS2. As I talked about last stream, the petrification is something that Miyazaki's made a point about how when we're looking at the, when we're talking about his, Andre's quote-unquote identical twin brothers, that's just a representation for Uh-oh, we're causing trouble again. There we go. That's just a representation of embers as a whole. We should not take that too seriously. So it's like, if they want to put an ember there, they're going to use that model in order to put an ember there. And the specifics to it, like, oh, it looks like Andre. Oh, it looks petrified statue-like. So, you can ignore that. Club's getting pretty good, though, too. Nice. This one shots, though. Nice. Gosh, I love it when a plan works out. There we go. I'll trade. Got the congregation without their preacher. No evangelist here. Sorry, I'm a reformed man. I now serve the gods. You heretics must be purged. I'm slowly gonna turn into a Way of Light cleric at this rate. Whoop. Let's kill you just for good measure. Yeah, I know you just, I get what you're saying, I mean, I'm just saying it for the sake of people who are new here and maybe haven't been, maybe first time following the stream. Oh. There we go. Nice. Zerapia. Yeah, this is... Let's see. Where is, nothing else? Okay, we got them all. Let's go back to Andre, then. This should be enough, I think. Oh, my. Oh, boy. Gotta be careful. Check out this controller after stream if it's gonna keep causing trouble, because it was working for a moment there, and now... let's see, reinforce. No, we gotta buy it first, so let's buy 2 shards. And I doubt we can just reinforce it, right? How much do we need? 200? That's not that bad. Yeah. Alright, let's use that. And we'll reinforce our weapon one last time. Alright. Yep, can't do anything else with this, so... Now it's just a matter of our shield and stuff. Which I'm not too concerned. We haven't used our shield too heavily. Is Andre in Dark Souls 3 the same in Dark Souls? As in he's the same person? Yes. It's just, again, it's like typical sequels. You have same character, just, you know, further in his life. It's not like it's the Andre from, like, before we meet him in Dark Souls 1 or some crazy shit. Now... We're gonna go straight to Firelink, and from there we'll head down to the depths. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna test myself against the skeletons first, just get an idea on how good we can do with this club. About Andre in Dark Souls 3? No, I did not. If we're talking about the Andre, if we're talking about the Andre thing in, with the embers and stuff, yeah, I did talk about that last stream. Let's see. Rest here. Also, is volume good? I didn't double check, but I'm assuming that my volume isn't the game isn't too loud compared to me. Okay, yeah, you got nothing you want me to say. Okay, let's test this club first. Oh my gosh. Gosh, if I have to buy another new controller for this, this is gonna like make me super annoyed. Super peeved. Oh! You know what? It might not be so bad, chat. It might not be so bad. As long as these guys don't come resurrected on their own, we might be able to do this on our own, so maybe we should consider that. Let's see. Big boys could be a problem, though. Huh. Because in Dark Souls, he like, no, I will not take this one. In Dark Souls 3, he gives me all, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things that have changed with Andre, come Dark Souls 3. Obviously, this is a Dark Souls 1 lore play, so I don't want to focus too much on what future games have in store for characters. But suffice to say, yeah. Andre's had, circumstances have changed for Andre. Hey, doggy. What are you doing? You want love? We'll lay down while we do some streaming, boyo. All right. I think we should go to depths first anyway, because I know we can get green shards there, so. Who knows, maybe we'll get lucky and like the first crawling Carrion we kill, we'll get one. We'll see. Probably got rebirthed by Renala, that's why. No, he has new life experience, that's all. Andre here, he's an innocent, naive, ordinary blacksmith. Anything we want from you? No. Actually, wait. You sell rings and stuff, right?
Have you heard of Big Hat Logan?
Yeah.
Master Logan is a great sorcerer and my teacher.
Uh-huh.
Both of us came to this land as undead. But one day, he departed, leaving only a note. I suppose he wished to keep me out of harm's way. But where does that leave me? I have dedicated myself to sorcery. But Master Logan could find no use for me.
Sorry, meant to Rosaria. Lol, it's fine. All rebirthing. So, again, there's this interesting idea that, Griggs is like, oh, Master Logan left me a note telling me about all this. Well, that's a little suspicious because, so, you come here separately, so Logan gets ahead of the quote-unquote apprentice, supposedly, and, he left you a note, so it'd be like, oh yeah, I'm going on ahead, whatever. So, Griggs is coming here being like, Master Logan, where's Master Logan? And then it's like, oh, he don't worry, he left me a note, though. Okay, so you found a note, but okay, where'd he leave the note so you'd find it all? That's all mighty suspicious. And then, on top of all that, you have the entire notion of, if you're trying to be like, well, what am I going to do? I gotta go see Master Logan or do so. Well, as we will later learn, Logan is in Sen's Fortress, up there over to the church. And yet Griggs isn't going anywhere near the parish. He's going down to Lower Undeadburg, getting himself locked up. Well, what's he doing down there? Especially as we established last time. He happens to be locked in a room with a corpse that's stuffed in a barrel out back as if to try to make sure we hit it. And that corpse is wearing Vinheim uniform and has a Vinheim staff. Very, very suspicious, Griggs. I'm sure it's nothing.
Yes, the note that Master Logan left.
Yes.
It only said he would travel to Londo by way of Sen's Fortress.
Exactly, right?
I can only guess that he seeks the regal archives. For Master Logan is a tireless pursuer of wisdom. Wisdom trumps all. Everything else is hogwash. When the curse turned him undead, I'm certain that he only felt it was the perfect chance to visit this land. I only wish that I had his courage. Two things are required for sorcery. First, you must equip a wand.
A staff, but
Second,
I understand what you're trying to say.
You must attune a sorcery. Then you will be ready to
Memorize
fly away.
sorcery, yep.
Oh, and don't forget to aim.
Alright, so...
Two things.
Okay, he's not dealing.
First,
So,
you must
So, a point that he tries to make is how there's this idea that he's putting out that, like, you know, everything else is hogwash and all that. He's trying to reflect Master Logan's sentiments, which is, Logan had this idea that, you know what, the gods and, there are no mysteries in this world. And the term for mysteries means a secret of the god. This is a term that would be translated as arcane in both Bloodborne and Elden Ring. Well, in Bloodborne it gets translated as a lot of different things, but let's keep things simple. But the point is there's the idea that it's a term that means mystery, but it has the connotation of also being like a divine mystery, possibly, as well. So the idea that, you know, knowledge that God only knows. And what Logan, essentially, he rejects that. He's like, well, there is no knowledge that God only knows. And therefore the idea is that, you know what, he just wants to understand and master all types of sorcery. Man can learn anything and everything. There isn't like some limitation to decided by the gods on what we can know as humankind. So this is a very interesting insight into who Logan is as a character, and that he sort of the atheistic figure in this. And we have that Griggs is sort of being like, okay, that gives him the wherewithal to keep on plunging forward into new discoveries and advancing his understanding of sorcery, of the magical arts, of this sort of the world around us, essentially, because that's again what sorcery is. It's an ability to try to understand the world around you, the principles, the forces at work through reason. And Logan is basically being like, I have no limitations to that, and that makes me go crazy. Griggs is like, oh, I wish I had that courage. Again, very suspicious with everything else going on here. Isn't hogwash like Christmas as far as Hogfather's kind of saying? No. Hogwash means like, hogwash means like, nonsense, silly. Oh. Come on. Yeah, this weapon is, pretty good. Alright, we have 2 weapons that are +5. Oh. Just ran through fire. Don't mind me. I'm probably gonna regret this. Oh no, it's a firebomb. That's not bad. Oh gosh. Oh no. Gotta do it like this if we want to make this work, chat. Alright, we're back down the aqueduct. There we go. This is gonna be funny, I get the feeling. Alright, so we can go this way and go straight into the depths. Use the key. Alright, so Capra was holding this key, trying to prevent us from getting down in here, as this is our path to Blighttown, where we can ring the other bell. Much like how Taurus blocks our path to the bridge, which takes us to the parish, which takes us to the other bell. So, all this is in service of preventing us from ringing the bells and advancing on our mission. What are the demons trying to stop us for? Now, as we can see, these depths have a bunch of tables, almost like picnic tables. You sit down, you eat, again, similar to what we see in the quote-unquote mess hall of Undead Parish. We see how there's a bunch of these civilian undead, sort of just standing around as if waiting for the food as they face the direction of the kitchen. They're hungry little buggers. As we can see down there, there is a cook at work. There we go. As we can see here. Oh. Oh, Darn, death. I was not expecting him to walk. Was not expecting the other one to walk up like that. Darn. All right, chat. It's fine. We can run on by. Actually. Oh. How possible would it be for us to skip these guys? I don't care. And then we will... Yep, we can do this. This is perfect. We can skip. Boy, is this long. Oh. All right. We head in. We kill the civilians again. This time we'll make doubly sure they're all dead. Oh, locked onto the wrong one. Thanks, game. That one I don't mind. That one's on me. Oop, there we go. Oops. I broke the table. Oh no. Again, you notice how all of these guys are kind of standing here, ready to, with mouths practically watering. The reason being is, as we can see, there is a cook. Now, this cook, it is in fact, despite the burly appearance, is in fact a woman. Miyazaki, of course, confirms this in a podcast, humorously enough, for a very surprised podcast host. But the, oh, here comes our cook. And on the other end, though, we also have in-game reference to, of course, the quote-unquote man-eating women. Now, the fact that the description tells us how they are man-eating should tell you how these, where this meat comes from that the cook is, cutting up. With a giant butcher knife and all that, there's the idea that the people here in the depths, the lowliest sorts, people who are even worse than the thieves and scum and beggars living in the lower berg, these people here, why? They're just downright evil. They will devour their fellow man to eat. Though again, much like the lower berg, you can argue that this is done out of, to some degree, necessity, because in a sewer, there's not going to be a lot of edible food, so at some point, it's perhaps understandable that people might resort to eating each other. Again, notice the burlap sack on her head. There we go. There we go. 1,000 souls. Of course, see? Now, you'll notice that there is a bunch of boxes here blocking the way. This leads to a chute. We can have ourselves drop straight down and get an idea of things there. But what I think is more important right now is having a look here at this chest in the cook's kitchen. Now, what do we find in the chest except a large ember? Now, this is an ember which we can give to Andre to forge our weapons, but the implication, of course, would be that the reason why the cook owns this is because this type of, again, an ember is, in the Japanese, means something like a seed or a source flame. The idea being is it's the source of the fire used for another thing. For example, this is a term that would be used to refer to, say, a pilot light, for example. You know, the thing that sort of heats up your water and stuff, or your baths or things like that, when you have, like, those types of gas-powered stuff in your... or I guess it even works with electric, but you get the idea. The point is that we imagine that she essentially has this this spare ember to use to help make sure that her food cooks extra well. So again, the idea is, in general, is that this ember we use for forging better weapons is just a high quality ember. See? Need that flame. Anyway. Again, we get this will be relevant for in the future when we head to New Londo, but for now, just keep in mind this idea of the idea that your plain regular large ember is used by people who want to eat their fellow man. Again, we will go down that chute, which again, behind the kitchen table, you can easily imagine dumping garbage down here. We'll see exactly that as we progress. Dogs? Oh. There we go. Come on. Oh, okay. Perfect. Don't care. Again, we can see windows and things. The idea that these sewers are being essentially converted into kind of homes. We can go up the rubble here as we pass through in order to get back up to quote-unquote dry land. Again, see the small doors and stuff. The idea is that people could walk in and kind of live inside of these walls or things like that. Little areas. We'll see more of that as we go forward. There we go. Another one of these cook ladies. There we go, the sack. So this is the item that I really want to show off. There we go. Again, just a, typical, horror movie type of burlap sack you can put over your head. Again, the idea of this man-eating cook. Again, in the Japanese, it doesn't necessarily the cook. It says man-eating woman, specifically, that lurks in there. So again, it's a confirmation in the Japanese script that these are, in fact, women that you can read. Though again, not everyone reads item descriptions, as that Japanese podcast made abundantly clear. 2 eye holes. Da-da-da. Yeah, nothing else really of notable to say about that. Just kind of interesting detail of how it confirms that they are women, though we will see more evidence of this in other areas as well. Again, the doors. I think this actually... Okay, yeah, this has us continuing onward. We want to save someone else first. Oh. Here we go.
You. Yes, you. Here, over here. Please, you must help me.
Man, you sound so desperate. Anyway, as we can see, we see tons of barrels and boxes again. We've seen some of this stuff throughout the area. They usually are just, of course, clutter, but they do give the indication of activity, supplies, things being stored, move around, etc. Very important, obviously, when we see these types of containers and vessels characterizing a room, as it does give the idea that, for example, this place is storage. And we have in storage is a person.
I would have been eaten alive. Thank you. Thank you, dearly. I am Laurentius. With the Griggs.
Uh-huh.
I will not forget my debt to you.
Coolio. Now, Laurentius here, if we didn't break his barrel prematurely, I was trying not to, but c'est la vie. He would tell us basically, no, please, she'll have me for lunch. So again, if I recall correctly, yeah, the Japanese actually doesn't necessarily use the she here, but again, the localization does it because that's just how English works, and it's obvious from context that these cooks are in fact women. So, yep.
Oh, hello there. I'm fine, thanks to you.
That's it. Gotcha, buddy. So again, we see how Laurentius here is a pyromancer, decent guy. we will hear more about that. Crestfallen Warrior, I'm sure, is going to be so happy to know that every time he talks to us about somebody who doesn't show up and is probably hollow, he comes back not hollow. Okay, now we can, let's go down this way so we can get a resting point. Now, as we can see up there... Yep. This thing is called a slime in localization, but the more accurate name is crawling carrion, or essentially crawling, squirming, rotten meat. So the idea being is that these things which are wriggling on the floor are in fact not quote-unquote slimes in the traditional fantasy sense, but they are actually the rotten flesh of the dead that are been reanimated to life, clearly. Now we will see this throughout Dark Souls, that this reanimated flesh with the bones and everything still inside. Oh, we'll talk about you in a second, Mr. Civilian. There we go. This rotten flesh here, obviously we have the idea of why is it uniquely found in this area, specifically this portion of the depths even, and a few places later down. The idea, of course, being that, well, if we're talking about rotten flesh that's been reanimated, traditionally, in Japanese culture, the idea of the dead coming back to life is usually a product of, like, say, ghosts having sort of grudges on this earth that bound them, so it's kind of like earthbound spirits and that junk. So the idea here would be that these guys likely, they were killed in a way that made them extremely resentful, and that resentment has this oodles and pounds of flesh from their, cut off from their bodies, pooled together into this gelatinous mass of, resentful carrion that is continuing to act. Similar to what we see with skeletons, obviously the skeletons we see behind Firelink Shrine, there's no necromancer connected to them. They just seem to revive on their own. Again, this is something that we kind of see where sometimes the dead, through powerful emotions, such as grudges, will return back to life, even if they're not necessarily fully sentient. They're driven by those singular emotions that cause them to maybe act violent, such as, say, you disturbed their graves, or, again, they were killed in an awful way, and we will see this throughout the series, but Dark Souls 1 sort of sets it all up. So again, obviously, with the establishment up above of the cannibal cooks being cannibals, they are going to probably be taking some of their own. Again, notice how this part of the depths has so many of these doors that we're seeing on the walls, giving us the clear idea that, oh, okay, people are being killed in front of their homes. Again, you would do that if you want to take them and use some of that flesh for eating. Now, come on, give me a green, oh my gosh. Oh, you're dead. Give me a green, green shard, come on. Hey, Sneed! Well, good to see you. Remember to become human if you want a JoJo reference to invade. Right, I want to do that. Thank you, Sneed, for the reminder. We'll make sure we do that before we kill any bosses here. Again, as we can see from the sheer amount of this crawling carrion, lots of people have died and had their flesh collect together into this disgusting mass of the dead. Doesn't even sound, honestly, as bad as you'd think, considering I'm just hitting, like, pounds of flesh and bone. And I didn't get what I wanted. Oh, well. Darn. So again, we can see how the water drips down into more of the sewers below. Oh! I used the master key. Ignore that! Pretend that didn't happen, chat. I forgot it's locked. Okay. As you can see, giant scary rat here with a bandit's axe in its eye. I don't think I pointed this out in Abyssal Archive because it wasn't too notable, but again, we will actually find stuff related to a bandit in this area to give us the idea that perhaps that is that bandit's axe that was plunged into the eye trying to stop this rat. from, you know, eating him. Obviously, the fact that a rat got this big is no surprise, given that these are the main sewer lines, the depths. There are probably not a lot of, probably a lot of opportunity to grow big here. As we can see, even more rats, because again, rats like their dark, damp places where they can, get everything that they want. All that trash and stuff they can feed on. We also see smaller rats going around here. Some rats hiding, apparently, in boxes, even. My man was waiting in there forever for that moment. Ooh. Anything else, my ratty friends? There we go. There's the key. Okay, that's the key we wanted. Do I want to go there yet? No, let's go back to the bonfire first. Now, this key that we just collected, that would open the door we were going to. Again, we've already looked at that. This is... Here we go. It's the idea of the sewer key. In any community, there's a few bad apples or sure to exhibit insatiable greed. So the idea is that those who've been banished to the depths are those who are particularly greedy, awful people. So they're even more greedy than, say, the thieves we're finding. These are people who are, again, probably people who want to kill for your humanity, but are willing to go that far in order to make sure that they could take your souls or whatever, right? These are people who are in no way going to respect any moral boundaries. Wait, is there... wait, is there why is he in Dark Souls 3 Cathedral? I don't know what you're talking about, I-Man. Could you rephrase the question? These guys are fun to farm with spells. You can kill all of them in a single sunlight spear if you're careful. Oh, that's kind of cool to know, Sneed. I liked, when I was Pyromancer, using Pyromancy on them, but we're gonna have to go back up to Laurentius for that, I think, if we're gonna farm, for green, shards. Until then, as we can see, things are pretty awful. But the key here tells us how these terribly greedy people... oh, dang, I keep making the same mistake. The idea is that, okay, well, if they're undead and they're sent down to the depths for being these such awful, terrible people, say, Lautrec types, maybe they'll learn their lesson. Probably not, though. So again, we get the idea that these are truly the most morally depraved individuals who are sent down here. That not even the lower berg can stand their kind, so they all drive them out. Whoop! Okay, I opened the door, chat. Yep, I didn't totally use my master key. Nope, nope, nope. I'm a good Loki. I'm keeping this run pure. Can we find this chamber? Yes. Thank you. Now let's become human. If only so we can, there we go. Kindle. Oh, the lore of Knight Kirk. What's he doing in the cathedral? Again, I-Man, you can check out my, analysis of the, I think it's either the Dark Wraiths, Rosaria, or... I think it's either the Dark Wraiths or Rosaria, which covers Kirk in Dark Souls 3. I'm trying to keep this on topic to Dark Souls 1, so... The short answer is that Kirk found a new mistress. Combustion number 1, yeah. It's disappointing that the barbed sword and shield aren't guaranteed drops. Yeah, I agree, Ellie. Some of the drop chances in this game are a bit like, But it's fine. It's not the biggest deal, especially since I think Kirk's stuff is in the loading screens. So I can always talk about Kirk's stuff and what's in the descriptions at any point, I guess. Let's repair. Just so we don't have to worry about this later. Level up. We want to go into endurance now, yeah. We want to make sure that I can do more stuff. There we go. So we're gonna go down, since we're in human form, see if we can get Kirk to show up. Thank you. Oh my... Fine, we'll keep this stuff on for now. Yes, yes, I see you, Mr. Big Boy. Actually, we could go the other... no, I wanna... There we go. I wanna actually, check out the area down below there first, see if we get to basilisks. So... Doesn't he die in Dark Souls 1? No. The short answer is no. We will talk about the NPCs here in Dark Souls 1 in the future, Iron Man. Just, again, please watch the lore play. Patience, patience, my son. Giant rat, if only I went down the garbage chute. Alright, soul of a nameless soldier. We go through here with the fog. Oh, what do you know? We find another one of Seath's evangelists. Now this one will buff the boss down below, overlooking him from up here. If we, Dang. Frickin' rats, man. They got strong. The power of the evangelist there. You can summon Solero Lautrec and have them fight Kirk. That's always fun. Lautrec is a much better fighter. That is true. We could have the summons help out with the fight. We'll see how I do. Oh, I'm not human form anymore though. Darn. Okay, well, you know what? Once we clear out this area and like getting rid of the evangelist who's like the deadliest stuff, like the big rat and things like that, things I might die to, we'll do other stuff. Yep. Nope, we should be good. Ratatata. Let's see. You, come over here. Now again, the evangelist here will buff the boss down below, which tells us, hey, what's an evangelist doing all the way down here in the depths? There's something he has interest in. Is he here to get more specimens from these downtrodden who no one would care if they would disappear? Well, maybe. But it's probably something a little more than that. Especially considering what he can oversee from up here. Oh. Oh. Oh, of course. Oh my. There we go. Okay, he can stagger, and he's not that tanky. Alright, so he's done. As we can see, there's this huge complex down here we can go down. Worry about that in the future, though. That's not for now. Notice the slimy fluid there on the ground? Disgusting. Wow, didn't die in one hit. Okay. I see the hole. You can't fool me. There we go. There we go. He's here to make rat friends. You know, that's what's it. Seath just isn't doing it for him. He needs to make friends with rats instead of dragons. swear allegiance to the Rat King. Ellie, why aren't you doing a lore play? Clearly you can do this better than me. Do we care to go this way? No. We can go this way first. There we go. Oh. Oh. That is obnoxious. Darn. So I slid down, as you can see, and now I'm down here in hell. Better get used to it. Oh. Oh. Stop it. No. Thanks, game. Well, now we're gonna go down the chute, because that's where our big rat friend is. I want to kill big rat friend. God, controller problems. This is gonna kill me. Again. Come on, drop it. Give me a green shard so we can go instead to Catacombs. Come on. Oh. Where'd you come from? There we go. It sounds so like weak when I hit these things. Like, it doesn't actually sound like I'm hitting anything like solid. There's no weightiness, no crunch. This is a morning star, damn it. Nope, nothing. Go on, buddy. Alright, so we go through the broken door. No, we want to go up here. You saw at the far left in the Rat King's waterfall, there's a ledge that doesn't drop you into hell world. Yeah, I'm aware. Oh. I thought I was going one way, I was going the other way. This is why I shouldn't look at chat while I'm moving. But I can't stop myself, chat. Anyway. Go. Alright, let's see what power attacks can do to you. Okay. Honestly, not nuts. Honestly, not even sure if it's worth it. Might be more worth it just to keep on R1ing. R1ing. Alright. Let's go down our chute. Just gotta survive the dogs first. There we go. Oh. Okay. Oh my. There we go. Yeah, bleed me all you want with your jaws, dogs. Oh. Oh, okay. Go on, stop dodging you. There we go. We go this way. You done? Your pet dog's done? Anyone who owns dogs isn't a good person, chat. That's what I've learned going through Lower Undead Berg and the Depths. No one who owns dogs is a good person. Alright, so again, like I said, right behind here, we see the cooking pot over here, the table for making the cuts and everything here, and then we have back here a garbage chute. Woo! As you can see, perfect for cannibals, lots of skulls. And I guess they took the armor with them because there's some armor mixed in here, but you get the idea. Now, again, you can see, garbage chute. Just kind of gets dropped off here. We can actually see that, again, more bones here, and there's actually a pile down there of more bones over there. So you get the idea of how much gets dumped. They carve up the meat, take it to eat, and then they get rid of everything else. Forgot which way we have to go to get to there. Oh. Can I... There we go. Get some humanity. Now we find rats with humanity because obviously they eat corpses because they're rats, and therefore they eat the humanity that comes with the corpses. Obviously you could say the same thing for the man-eaters up top, but again, this is something. Here's the other pile that spills over from up top there. Again, this is actually one of my favorite bits of world building FromSoft does in this game, actually. It's a very nice, subtle, cool little detail to add to this area. Again, we can see more corpses here, how they're all kind of gelatinous and stuff from all the sewage and shit and all that they've been stewing in. Perfect place for rats to make their way. We don't want to go this way. Ooh, but do we want to go... We might want to go across the thing here to get up... Oh! Alright. Didn't realize I was falling so far. As we see here, this is a basilisk. They clearly, much like the rats, they like this dark, low-light, damp environment. We see this consistent throughout the series. They like to be in swamps, sewers, any place that has lots of water content. Oh. There we go. This is how we get back up above, right? Yeah. So, again, we fell from down there. Get the idea of how big this sewer system is. We see junk is also dumped down here, besides just, obviously, bodies and shit. Come on, die. There we go. We can see, of course, stuff like wheels and other parts, the things that might break with barrels and stuff. So all sorts of trash get dumped into the depths. Because, again, it's the lowest stratum. It's the sewer. It's where you dump stuff, so it's out of sight, out of mind. Notice the broken bars here. People break in order to get through. Oh, there's our friend. Hey, hi, man. Our buddy. Hi, Simai.
I'm Domhnall of Xena. I'm just a peddler of sorts. I adore trinkets and oddities, so I trade for them.
So we see from his distinct dialect, and in the Japanese script, he even sort of tries to struggle to find the word of, oh, you know, like you would call me, or I'm a merchant, as you put it, right? So like he's struggling to, in order to somewhat to kind of cover the language to bridge the barrier, because the idea, of course, is that he comes from a country that has been, it's historical Xena, so the idea that it's been isolated and more or less better preserved its history from ancient times than, say, other countries have. Hence why their face option is more quote-unquote historical. And curiously, this idea of a more historical look to Xena people, and therefore you could assume to humans in more broadly, has a very wrinkly visage to it. Very curious. Old, wrinkly, gray-haired. Very curious. Now, we learned that Domhnall is, in fact, a sort of collector of sorts. He likes all manner of curios. Anything that suits his curiosity, he'll collect and take. Stuff like gold pine resin, which obviously, you know, pretty self-explanatory. It's supposed to be a plant resin that, you know, some plant secretion that actually has the power of lightning in it. Very curious. Then there's, of course, these crystal weapons, which is, again, very, very curious. And we'll have more to talk about that when we get to the Duke's Archives. And then, of course, his armor. So again, the idea that Xena has certain values we see here. Now, there's the idea of Helmet of the Wise, Armor of the Glorious, the Gauntlets of the Vanquisher. Though, again, Vanquisher is not really accurate. The Japanese for this is more like an acquirer, someone who obtains, hence why it's connected to gloves. Because, again, you take stuff. And then, of course, the Boots of the Explorer. So you have the idea of people who go out and explore, who sort of go out and, like, don't settle in one place. People who acquire things. People who take pride and honor very seriously. And, of course, people who are wise with their heads, right? So all of this sort of gives the idea of Xena, and again, you could say that this could extend perhaps to deep into human history. Mankind was at one point very wise, enjoyed honor and accolades, like to acquire things for themselves, which I think many can understand given some of the other associations with humanity, and of course to go out and explore, to not just sort of stick to one place. This will again be relevant as we continue forward, but something to go over now. Now, funny enough, the helmet itself is based on a real historical helmet. This is actually talked about in the DesignWorks interview. It's referenced in passing, the idea that they, despite how bizarre his armor looks, it is in fact based on real historical designs. I'm Solaire of Corland. Let's see. Yep, so again, medals, gold bracelets, and silver rings on the boots and stuff like that, so.
I'm afraid I don't see anything.
Yep, so if we don't buy something from him, he doesn't want to talk to us about possible, interesting stuff he could tell us.
Come back again.
Yeah. More, yeah, I getcha. So, he's someone who's really into, making good trades for not only his survival as presumably an undead, but, just for, you know, curiosities he can collect. Which way's here? Right, this takes us to the boss room. So, we were over there originally, when it came to, the evangelist. But now we're over here on the side. Alright, so we'll come back to Domhnall later. I'll probably buy something from him so he can get some of his tips and tricks for the time being. However, this will do. Woo. Come in. Yeah, so I want to go, yeah, I want to go up to the... I guess what we should do is we go up here. We go over here. Then we go around this way, I think. Oh! Oh, we've been poisoned. This is why we have, oh, that's the one I killed. Okay. There we go. That problem solved. Funny, but I'm from there. You don't say. Again, this is where the channeler was. Oh, let's see. Here we go. Q. There we go. This is the way we want to go. Oh boy, this is going to be hard with how the controller's been acting, so let's see if I can make this work. There we go. Woo! Didn't mess up. So we're back up here. Then I guess that's not where we want to go then. I thought it was going to take us to someplace new. But nope, I guess we're going to have to go the other way. Ooh. I've been through here so many times, and I still don't have this place in my muscle memory. Okay. I want to get up on that hallway somehow, but we can worry about that later. Anything we want to take here? Nope. So we just want to go down there. Okay, yeah. We just want to fall down there then. That can be arranged. Dead. Good. Now, basilisks, of course, have a very lizard-like form, but they have this unique ability to petrify, to turn things to stone. This is a curse. If we were playing, if we had a lot of online play, there's one of the holes, we'd be able to have the opportunity to see a bunch of, like, statues of other players who have been turned to statues. This is, of course, how petrification works in lore, though in gameplay, funnily enough, we, of course, respawn at the bonfire without any issues. Darn. Thought I could make my life easier, huh? Well, not a very good position to be in. As we see in Dark Souls 2 later, the idea of you being a statue is that you are just a statue. There is no respawning at the bonfire. You're just stuck as a statue until someone undoes the petrification curse. Now, obviously, Miyazaki is not psychic. He can't predict what Dark Souls 2 mechanics are going to be, but in Dark Souls 1, he was very focused on the idea of wanting to give player an awful curse with which they would have to really suffer through and make them not want to be cursed ever, unlike some other RPGs at the time. So, in order to live out that dream, he made curses absolutely awful. You respawn, but you have half your health because curses eat away at the source of existence, i.e. your soul. Curses are magic which can afflict the soul, and so that's why you can see them in such wide variety of contexts and uses. For example, strong emotions can arguably be a curse, because they force the soul to reanimate with a will. They give the soul a will, which reanimates the body, absent an external stimuli, like, say, a necromancer's magic. So, again, we can see the idea of how curses are incredibly far-reaching, and incredibly difficult to get rid of as a result. Oh. I'm gonna just say that jumping through ceilings to get me doesn't sound very fair. Oh. Darn it, I got cursed. Darn. Darn. Hey, aerodynamism, rats are the deepest lore, exactly the same in every game. Is there, yeah, literally the deepest lore. Is Domhnall not giving you hints until you buy stuff supposed to represent greed? I guess you could say that, yes, Need. I guess he could show you that he's got that, or you could just say that he's smart. Because again, there's also the idea of wisdom, right? So he just knows, hey, I shouldn't do this. Now again, this creates the awkward problem where originally, before you could go buy purging stones from the lady, you'd have to either beat the gargoyles and unlock Oswald, Or you have to go all the way down to Ingward, and then Ingward be like, oh, you have a curse, I'm going to get you. The funny thing about this, of course, is like I said, the way petrification works is that you shouldn't be able to go to Ingward, because if you were still cursed, you would be a petrified statue, and so wouldn't be able to travel there. Now, the joke, of course, is that our petrified statue... actually, we should go down the ladder, shouldn't we? The joke, of course, is that our petrified statue self, who can't be coming here, is now getting essentially our curse cured by someone who shouldn't possibly be able to do it for this particular curse. So, again, gameplay trumps lore. It doesn't really make sense how the interaction is, but the concept itself is sound. Curses are bad, they're permanent, they're very difficult to get rid of. You need an expert. That you'd have to go down there if you want to get rid of it. Now, funny thing is, Domhnall does have a tip where he talks about this, but in order to avoid the gameplay lore issues that this could cause, he actually doesn't quite say... He speaks just vaguely enough in a way, at least in the Japanese script, that helps leave it so you can rectify this strange discrepancy, at least from a purely lore perspective. He talks about basically how if you want to get if you want to be cursed to deal with the ghosts of New Londo, then you'd probably want to get yourself cursed really easily here in the depths from the basilisks. Of course, he says, I wouldn't recommend it if I were you. Now, obviously, the interpretation of this in gameplay, as far as advice goes, is, hey, if you get cursed, you're going to be stuck with half health. So, hey, if you want to deal with ghosts that way, I strongly recommend against it. Much better to use, like, say, transient curses, right? However, from a lore perspective, it would be, hey, I would recommend it because, hey, you're going to turn into a statue and then you're not going to be able to do what you want. So it's like, if it's curses you want, you can get that down here. But, hey, it's not the curse you probably are thinking you'd want to get. But again, it's a clever way to get around the issue. Some interdimensional tunnels, to be sure. Is there any particular lore regarding basilisk? Are they just fauna which happens to have a petrification curse breath? It ties into the larger idea of evolution, which we will be discussing as we get into Tomb of the Giants and things like that. But it isn't too deep, if that's what you're saying. Is it like, you could argue that the basilisks evolved in a way specifically to get closer to that primordial stone of the original ancient dragons, right? Like the way before fire, and that's sort of why they evolved to that petrification type of deal. You know, kind of like make the world more stone. But, yeah, it's not, like, anything, like, super deep, like there's some, like, deep conspiracy or whatever. As we can see, the basilisks have a, The basilisks have, these fake large eyes, bulbous eyes, that sort of just rattle blankly up front. Now, we can't really see it, unfortunately, from this angle. But if you look really closely, you can see these smaller eyes beneath these really large eyes. This is why, when we kill basilisks uniquely, we get Eyes of Death. Now, Eyes of Death are just that. They're dead eyes. You could get dead eyes from technically anyone you kill. So what makes these, why do we only get them from basilisks? Because the game is trying to highlight how basilisks have uniquely dead eyes, and that, again, these giant bulbous eyes are basically vestigial. They're, quote-unquote, fake. They're not its true eyes. They're used to distract prey, make you look cutesy, maybe intimidate it a little if they really are into that sort of thing, but disarms the prey so they don't get to see, oh, hey, I've got a giant petrifying breath. So, yeah, there's that. Now, I can't believe people complain so much about having half health. It's really not that bad. It's like Demon Souls. It's really, like, completely manageable. Especially with how weak some of these enemies are. I guess if you come into the depths when you're under-leveled, but it's like, that's on you, bud. I'm just saying, if I made Dark Souls, I would not make Undead Merchant Lady ever sell Purging Stones. I would have said, well, get used to it. My only problem with this Petrifying Breath is that it's not clear where the hitbox is for what's the breath and what's not. It looks like you're outside the cloud, but it still hits you in some cases. It's like, okay. Anything we want here? We want this. Soul of a Nameless Soldier. If I recall correctly, this is where we have Kirk invades us, right? He invades us around here. Oh, look at that. A statue. I wonder who this is supposed to represent, chat. Jeez, I wonder who would get petrified here. Guy must be an idiot. Oh. Well, these guys are having their little aneurysm, but this might let us get the chance we need. Can we see it? Nope, faces are too contorted here. Darn. Darn. They're too tangled up, chat. Get off me! Off me! What did I do to deserve this? Ring of the Evil Eye. Again, Ring of the Evil Eye gives us the idea of how awful and greedy these people are, because obviously when you kill someone with the Ring of the Evil Eye, you get more life energy. You get life energy sort of sapped from the person you kill, and you take some of that energy and add it to your own. The ring is, of course, related to Astora in the idea that there was a beast or a fiend. Again, the Japanese use a term that means an evil thing, and it commonly translates as like a demon or a monster or something, you know, just something bad, right? That's the idea being presented. The idea, of course, being that this fiend that is dealing with, I don't think, do we need the poise? I question. We'll see what we can do with Evil Eye regular, especially with my having half health, but the idea being is that you have this dark fiend monster that's called the Evil Eye, again, presumably because the idea is that it has a evil eye, which is very prominent on it. But the this quote-unquote spirit, again, fiend, evil thing, monster, attacked Astora once. This, it was evidently defeated, and its power seems to have been infused inside the ring, some of its soul or what have you, and now we can see how some of its power is still manifest in this gem, which looks like a piece of its eye. Now, obviously, this connection gives us the idea that there's some connection to the dark with this creature. It attacks Astora, which tells us that either it's randomly wandering around and happened to get Astora, or it was created in Astora by someone who knows or masters the dark, which is very interesting, because Astora, in modern times, is again, a nation with a lot of religiosity. Why is that? Probably because it was attacked by this terrible creature of the dark, and so the power of gods were thanked for were credited to their survival. The reason why the creature was ultimately defeated, and so we see how Astora has become especially religious compared to even the other nations. So again, we have this idea of the history of these countries are very much affected by individual events, and the individual events, how they build up the culture. In Astora's case, the idea that its particular religiosity is due to a particularly bad incident involving the dark. Which then begs the question, were the gods really responsible, or did they just take the credit? Questions, questions. Now, Dark Souls 3, of course, expands on this and sort of clarifies these implications, and with a little bit of extra details that are very curious on their own, but again, you can watch my Dark Souls 3 lore play for that. We shall focus instead here on just Dark Souls 1. Congrats on Curse, by the way. Chad mode engaged. Did you show chat the Basilisks realize? I'm trying, Ellie, I'm trying. No luck so far. Hey, Rapucha. The mechanic of having HP was harsh and demanding, but I found it enjoyable as it required increased vigilance and caution in gameplay. I agree. Again, they did this in Demon Souls, so I understand why they did this and thinking it wouldn't be a problem for people. Because, hey, they did it in Demon Souls as a regular thing. So the idea that it's a occasional mechanic that you'd have to go down and fix, again, I think it's fine. Does it suck? Yeah. Is it manageable? Totally. Especially considering that unless you're trying to press forward, it's okay to, like, go back and be like, okay, gotta find a way to get this problem solved. I think the biggest issue is that they don't have Domhnall tell you how to cure curses if you are cursed. Unlike, they shouldn't just make Crestfallen Warrior the guy who does that, because who's going to go all the way to Firelink to maybe get advice from Crestfallen Warrior? Especially when half the time he's like, I'm not going to talk to you. Like, it's like, goodness me, man. Anything I want to get from you? Let's get the gold pine resin. That could be useful in the area up ahead.
Well, I'm certain we will make a good trade eventually. So I am willing to share.
So now he knows that we are a business opportunity.
In the Catacombs, use divine weapons.
Working on it, bud.
Will repair the reassembling skeletons.
Uh-huh.
I'm afraid
Fine.
I'm afraid
You cheapskate! Yeah. Trade, of course, blah. You cheapskate, you... Come on, talk.
I'm afraid.
Awful. Awful. Is it because I'm already cursed? Does he not tell me about the curse if I'm already cursed? If so, that's hilarious. It's like, well, you're already screwed. Don't you get the big helpful message on screen? I remember that in this version. I don't recall, actually. So far, I haven't seen any messages that I remember. Hey, El Hennybrae. I see you went through with getting cursed. Yep. Got cursed. Enjoying the cursed life. I feel like I'm forgetting something. How do you get to that chamber up there? No, wait a second. It's just this. No, it's not. Oh, no, yeah, it is. Okay. So it's just a matter of me having to drop down. Okay. I just gotta find a drop-down point to get to the other side. Okay. Let's, do this. If anyone in chat knows how I can get to the opposite side of where the kitchen chute is, please tell me, because I don't want to be exploring here forever trying to get an item, which I'm not even sure is even worth it for the lore. Drop down from where the butchers are. So there's another drop-down point that I missed. I think I vaguely recall something like that. Oh yeah, chat! We're going to Catacombs, baby! We're probably gonna go to New Londo first, chat. Just to get this curse sorted out, and we could have our cool curse experience. But yeah, we're going to New Londo, baby! Come on. I gotta go to Andre for my weapon ascension. Yeah. The spider. Oh yeah, that's spider shield. Then I want that in kitchen. The kitchen by the large ember chest. No, that's the other shield. Oh no, you know what? You guys are right. There's probably a way around that I didn't see when I jumped down. You're right. I'm probably stupid. Okay, we'll do that. That's why. Endurance. Endurance. We're good. Keep adding to my stamina. Yeah, keep adding, because we want to be able to... How many dodge rolls is that? 2? 3? 4? Yeah, we can get up to 5 if we keep going. Plus, Oh. Alright, we go through here. There's a green shard in New Londo, actually. Hennybrae, why do you tell me this now? Why do you tell me this now after I got my farming for it done? Granted, I didn't have to farm that lady. It has the butcher lady and her dog. Okay, yeah, we gotta go through the chute. Okay, we gotta go down the kitchen chute again, everybody. Ever kill New Londo guy and get a plus 25 weapon early? No, I have not, Ellie. I have not killed someone in New Londo and gotten that thing early. Can't say that I have. Oh. Do we care about other stuff here? No. Oh my. Come on. Alright, we go down here. There's a route, isn't there? Oh yeah, I'm just blind. I'm just blind. Ignore me, chat. I'm an idiot. Spider shield. Now again, spider shield we see associated with bandits. We find the bandit axe in our rat's eye, so whether or not this is the bandit himself who tried to climb up from down below, or if this is someone else who happened to collect the weapon afterwards, whatever the case, we get the idea that, again, bad hombres, people who are captured, they're awful, they're greedy, they're willing to kill to get what they want. They're not just not just robbers. They're not just trying to steal you. They do some, those greediest folk, go away. Now, we'll actually find the spider shield and the, hints of barbarian somewhere else. Again, recall when we were on our first stream, we talked about how bandits in this game are specifically mountain bandits. The idea being is that these are the type of people who live in mountains and forests, hence why our class is dressed like that. And the main way to distinguish us from a thief. Hence, it also explains kind of like the big burly nature, because, you know, out there in the wild, gotta be kind of really strong and able to survive out there on your own, compared to a thief who's living in a city, needs to skulk around in the shadows. Again, we're passing by the houses. Quote-unquote houses. I guess they're more like sewer apartment blocks. I can't go back upstairs from here, right? Yeah, no. Gotta go this way. God. Oh. There we go. Arr, darn. I can't just run. No. Killing the sealer early is how you do low-level dark rate. That's why you get invaded by the berg red phantoms who one-shot you with dark bead. Oh boy. Ottoman armor. Oh. Yes, we get you. All right. There's our little patrolling buddy. Go away. We shall get out of here, chat. If it's the last thing I do, hopefully not. I have a bunch more streams planned. Whoop. Okay. That's how we're gonna do it. Thank you for being the other direction this time. Oh. There we go. I can do this with one-handed, so rather not risk it. That evil eye, though, doing some work, getting my HP up higher. With half health, that actually really makes a difference. Come on. There we go. It's annoying how hard it is to leave the depths, considering From expects you to need to do it. It's a little annoying, but it's not that bad. Again, I said this earlier. I don't agree with having purging stones added to the Undead Merchant Lady. I get why From did it, but I don't think that was the right call. I think they should have stuck to their guns. Because I don't think it's that bad. It's a little annoying, but it just takes a little bit more care, and you can, in fact, do it without too much trouble. Again, assuming you're on your level. If you're under level, well, that sucks, but, you know, what are you doing? That's on you, buddy. Hey, buddy. Yeah. Anything I want besides your purging stones, I'm not getting them. Nope, we're good. Yeah, I'm toying with you. There you go. It's all part of my plan. We'll break those when we're going to Firelink. Now, again, I gotta remember, when I go back to the depths, gotta be in human form to get Fight Kirk. We want all the invasion opportunities if we can. I missed Kirk in my Dark Souls 3 lore play, and I kick myself every time for forgetting him. I do that all the time in my playthroughs, and I just never learn, it seems. Oh my god, move. There we go. Alright, I want to do something stupid, like drop down and try to get that guy over in that corner, but I know that if it, knowing me, it's not going to work out. Oh, hey! Nope, Domhnall's not there yet. We're still on our own. Brute forcing Catacombs on level 1? No. I know people who have done something like that. I never will understand it. I think the Dark Sign should let you warp back to Firelink at the price of losing everything. It would save you if you get caught down in Tomb of the Giants or Ash Lake 2. That'd be a good quality of life. It'll be better than having the bonfire to stuff like, Vamos and things like that. Alright, let's see what we gotta put in this box. Again, stuff normally found in waterfronts, near water. Oh, wait, oopsie. So we don't really need that. Bombless box. God! The gods really created something OP, huh? Again, this is connected to, Gwyn's firstborn. We never talked about this, so it's worth going over now. Again, warm metal, grave with the symbol of the sun, ultimate honor. Again, the idea being that it's proof of honor that you've defeated people for the as part of the covenant and things like that. Very important. Represents Gwyn's firstborn, his eldest child, who, of course, he had his godhood expelled, along with all records of him from history, essentially. So again, the script might be being hyperbolic. Obviously, we can imagine, oh, there's maybe some record of him that mentions his name or something like that somewhere, somehow, right? Because he still has followers, he still has worshippers, he still has people learning his miracles, right? And miracles are, as we established in this game, stories of the gods. So these tales of the gods are obviously, if you're getting miracles related to his covenant, then you're obviously getting miracles detailing him. Obviously, Dark Souls 3 reinforces this. But of course, the point being made is the record, he was so thoroughly expunged from history that his name ended up being lost. And obviously, people who are worshiping him and continuing to do that so now, it's because they're in contact with him and communing with him through statues and things like that. But doesn't necessarily tell you that he's not necessarily giving away his name. Again, old god of war, still very close to his warriors despite all that. So we'll put this away. We're not using this. We might use this. Yeah, nothing crazy here. You're gonna want to go to Andre. Yeah, this is not, we don't need all these extra items. We already got our current weapon set. This we might want to do in case we need something with a bow. Actually, I can put this bow, take this out because I can use it. Sorcerer Catalyst, we don't need. Talisman, we might do miracles in the future, you never know, but we'll keep that here. Hadoukies. If I recall, yep. Again, this will later be associated with the Great Swamp retroactively in Dark Souls 3. For now, though, the important thing, of course, is the idea that it's an old symbol, the twin snakes. And that there's the idea being made here about how this shield has a good magic resistance and things like that, because the idea is that the giant trees in Lordran are quote-unquote distant descendants or progeny of the Great Stone Arch Tree. So you have the idea that these great trees that we see in the lower world in the cinematic are, of course, distantly related to these modern trees, the big trees we see here and all around in Lordran. So the idea is that, oh, okay, so these trees are more stone-like, so they have more magic resistance, more fire resistance, etc., than most. The significance of this is also sort of giving us the idea that, hey, things descend from other things. There is an idea of evolution. It isn't just that, okay, you just come out of the ether and then, you know, a human is going to always give birth to another human. You know, there could be some disparity is disparity, right? You never know what it could do. Oh, look, the firstborn, banished by Gwyn. I'm going to kill you, Baltoy. Domhnall will move when you kill the big gaper. Yeah, we'll have to do that then. Praise be to Paladin Leroy. I think the dark side. Oh yeah, okay, we talked that. Okay, so that's all good. Target shield. Again, we talked about the wooden shield last stream. We'll keep that just in case. This could be useful in the future, so you know what though, we could take this out at any point, so we don't really need, it's not like, oh, I should have it on hand. Black Knight shield. Again, this is a very important statement here. Shield of the Black Knights that wander Lordran. The flowing canal is chiseled deeply into its face. Now, the flowing canal thing seems to be a reference to, you could also translate this as grooves. The idea being is that there are these indents, as we can see in the shield, if you look closely, that has this sort of flowing pattern to it, like water. And obviously this, we learned that with the Silver Knight shields, this is because these shields are blessed by Guinevere, who again, as we know, has holy waters, divine blessings again, these blessings of the goddess, who are, which have special properties and things like that. Again, she's a goddess of harvest and grace, blessings. The idea that she will provide warriors, especially, boons for when they earn her favor, etc. Obviously, Knights of Anor Londo included. So the idea here is that the Black Knights face the Chaos Demons and were charred black. This is what the English says. This is actually not what the Japanese says. The Japanese is a bit different. It basically says something to the effect of, you know, the shield of they who had once previously, again, previously unrelated, fought the Chaos Demons, is basically, it's blackened, it's charred black, essentially. And is highly resistant to fire. Now, this is very notable because, again, Miyazaki confirms with the artist for the Black Knights in DesignWorks interview that, in fact, the Black Knights turn black not facing the Chaos Demons, but from facing the, from getting burned along with Gwyn in the First Flame. This is something that was very clear to the Japanese community because, again, they know the language, they understand the nuances and things like that. It just doesn't make much sense. Again, if the Black Knights are turning black facing Chaos Demons, how is the armor basically unchanged going against the First Flame that literally turned them to ash? Like, again, Chaos Fire turns them black, but First Flame that turns them to ash does nothing to the armor? Again, it doesn't make sense. It should be a melted bauble of goop. What it's saying is that it's been blackened and it's highly resistant to fire because it was designed to face the Chaos Demons. The Black Knights were going to face the Chaos Demons, so they needed highly resistant armor to fire. They had that. It was good. They were Silver Knights still. Then later, when they go to the Kiln of the First Flame and Gwyn links the fire and all that, they get turned to ash, and their armor, which is highly fire resistant, only gets blackened. It doesn't get melted or anything, but because it's highly resistant. But again, it's still, the First Flame is so powerful that it does permanently stain it black. So that's the point that's being made. That's something that the Japanese community got, and that's what this localization completely missed in the translation of this item, and they do so even arguably in Dark Souls 3 too. So again, this is something that, this is a huge misconception that is very important to get through, especially considering we literally have an interview literally praising the Japanese community online for making the proper connections here. So it's a very funny thing when you compare the English and Japanese communities for Dark Souls at the time. Let's see now. We talked about the Stone Great Shield. Okay, so that's good. We'll keep the arrows. We'll put away the Elite Knight set for now, because again, I'm a thief. I don't need anything else. Same thing with the Hunter set. Same thing with this. Again, we have the idea of Vinheim. The majority take pride in having studied at the academy and look down on breaking the formal dress code established for sorceries. Now, for those that don't know, this is a bit less now so, but it's definitely still around. There's this idea in Japan of when you are a student, you're not just representing, you are always a student, essentially. You are, even when you're off campus, out in the middle of the city or whatever, you are still representing your school. You are still supposed to be a model for your academic institution. Therefore, it's not uncommon to say have like requirements for students when they go out in certain cases to wear their uniform even off campus. And so we see this kind of reflected here with the idea of, oh, even students when they go off, they take pride in being able to keep their uniform on and show off that they are part of this school, that they are representing the Vinheim Dragon School and all that. Very interesting little cultural detail. And Dark Souls 3 actually sort of plays on this, on how history has changed both in parallel with Japan. Again, this goes back to the idea when we were talking about the idea of a student face. Why does having a student face get you ridiculed? Because a student face has this connotation in Japanese culture, again, the specific term meaning referring to an older time when students had to essentially be live-in servants. So there's the idea that you're basically you're poor, you're broke, and therefore you are forced to kind of be someone else's servant in order to get your academic studies to pay your tuition and all that. So it's like, okay. And now imagine playing a different language than English, which is based on the English translation. Exactly, Ropucha. So for those that don't know, from what we understand from Frog Nation, what they've said publicly is basically, and this is pretty standard as far as I'm aware, so I'm not surprised to have heard this. The idea is that the English localization team gets the Japanese script. They translate the Japanese script. They then hand off that translation, their translation, the English localization, off to other countries. So France, Germany, Italy, you know, a place in Europe. I think the Asian countries are exceptional. From what I can tell, it seems like China, Korea, etc. seem to make their own translations based on the Japanese script, I would imagine. They're just, again, cultural proximity and things like that. But basically, a lot of the European nations and stuff, you will notice that, and I assume this is even true in Africa as well, is that the localizations that you get are essentially the translations of a translation. So if the local English localization for Dark Souls 1 is very bad, I can only imagine how bad the translation of that works out. Oh boy. So anyway, we're talking about that. Moving on. Again, Baldur. Again, we get this idea, thick iron plates, so it's a kingdom that's very defensive-minded. We'll see that going forward as we head into Sen's Fortress. Again, I mentioned the point that the kingdom of Baldur, this old kingdom, again, the idea that it has historical roots compared to some other countries, though not, again, to the same extent necessarily as Xena. But we do get this idea, of course, that even though this country is so old, so storied, it's been around for so long, it's so defensive-minded, even it ultimately fell when there were just too many undead and thus hollows appearing and overwhelming it. You know, the zombie horde and all that. Okay. That's good. Yep. I think we're good here, chat.
Oi, hold on. Don't tell me. Have you been cursed?
In the Italian localization, Gwendolyn is the third born, so Filianora confused a lot of people. Oh no! Oh no! The youngest child. I will just call him the third born. Not like they could ever mess that up in sequels. Oh no!
Share a nice tip. Long ago, I was told of a Remedician who resides in New Londo. Does he really exist? Well, go and find out for yourself. But don't blame me if he's just an apparition.
So there's this idea that, obviously there's all the ghosts down there in New Londo, but the point is that there's a healer with whom we could learn a bunch of things from. So if we go to see this healer, he can cure our curse. He's essentially a curse lifter, or curse breaker.
Well, I see you made it out. Yeah, I made it out safely too.
Cool.
I have my Pyromancy of the Great Swamp, so I can use the magic with a bit of care.
And yet you got captured, and we're about to get eaten.
Share my spells with you. I think you have a knack for it. All you need are the materials. I'll be pleased to help you. Unless you find the magic's unsavory.
Okay, this idea of the idea that you you just need the materials. We see this reference a lot of, like, okay, you need provisions for sorcery, for pyromancy and things like that. Characters will reference that, the magic casters. There's this idea of, okay, well, why do we need to pay souls in order to learn these spells and stuff from them, right? Like, they're supposed to be, like, teaching us, right? Well, the idea is that you need to use those souls as part of the training process. Those souls go towards casting your spells and stuff. Now, obviously, in gameplay, we don't we don't cast sorceries at a soul cost, because obviously that would be kind of suck if your spells came at a cost of the souls that you had in your currency. So they don't do that. But there is this idea that in order to buy spells and stuff, there's this implicit idea that you're needing to use souls for that, which makes sense. Like, if you're using soul sorcery, you getting rid of a piece of a soul, even if it's the tiniest piece that you can maximize damage for. So there is this idea there. Now, obviously, we have no trouble with him. You know, he's a pyromancer. He's not liked by people. He's considered a heretic in more than ways than one. So we're just gonna tell him, no, we're okay with you, dude.
Yeah, wonderful. I'm sure that they'll be of some use, some assistance. Here, first take this.
Man, game over. I'll move under my blanket, but will remain here. It's too cold to just sit at PC. That's fine, man. Do whatever you need to. Get comfy.
From the Great Swamp. Now you're a fully fledged pyromancer.
Yeah, he gave us a piece of his flame.
Right now.
Alright. Now, Laurentius is another character that got butchered in localization. I can't wait to be reminded of it. Okay, so we get the idea of the... Let's look at the weakest one. So we have the basic Great Swamp Fireball. Again, pretty natural here. The idea that it works on the idea of undead, or the living creatures like undead and just like, beasts, dogs, things like that, which again, by nature, fear flame. Of course they do, because again, they are creatures of flesh. They are creatures that have been heavily affected by flame, meaning that flame can affect them further, even more so than, say, dragons, who are creatures of stone. They are by nature, they're not beings of disparity of fire, so their rock skin and body makes them more resilient to flame than most. Then we have combustion, again, basic, but it gives us the idea that, again, just using fire into great effect. There we go. Fire orb. The idea, again, that, just sort of the idea that Pyromancer understands the power of a flame as soon as they see this spell. Like, again, this is the flame that makes you go, oh, I see. This is why I would want to learn Pyromancy. Again, Pyromancy is not literally flame arts or anything like that. The Japanese more means like a spell arts type of deal in the context of like being a witch doctor or a shaman type of person, where you're like, you live close. You're more like naturalistic, tribal, sort of sticking close. And we can see this in the contrast with sorcerers, who are again more again, quote-unquote, civilized. They're more of the people who, we live in, they're urbanite type of characters who are civilized. They have the fancy clothes and all that. They're all about organized academic formulas and things of that nature, versus pyromancers who are more like, just kind of feel it, bro. Unless you play TS2. It's like 17 degrees outside, not much warmer inside. Yeah, I can imagine. Again, spells by Carmina, who gives us the idea of Salamon, the master pyromancer. Now, the Japanese is more like the pyromancer king, so again, take that as you will. But the idea is, of course, Carmina has mastered this idea where, again, because pyromancy is not intrinsically flame arts, what Carmina does is she sort of takes the flame, you put the flame inside of you, and then you sort of activate the flame within yourself in a way that exhibits fake effects that may not necessarily be directly connected to flame. So flash sweat, the general idea is, okay, you just make yourself produce lots of sweat water that will cover your body and therefore make you highly resistant to fire. And then you've got the iron flesh here, which is the idea that you're literally turning your skin briefly into iron through the power of fire. Again, you're turning your flesh into a mineral. That is impressive in and of itself. Now, there are no intelligence or faith requirements for pyromancies in Dark Souls 1, even though we do get ideas of both, right? Because there are the idea these are texts, they're not like miracles, so they're not stories, but there is some degree of kind of like sort of getting a learning and understanding sort of onto a certain rational sense and organized magic system here. But at the same time, it's also very much a faith, and it's very much about sort of feeling and intuiting things in a way that's not just necessarily using your brain, it's using your heart and your spirit, as it were. So yeah, interesting stuff. Now, what does our character have to say here?
Pyromancy is the art of casting fire. Produce flame, then channel it. Just as
Oh no.
A pyromancer must be in tune with nature herself. My home, the Great Swamp, is an abundant store of nature. You will understand one day. It only takes time.
Now, this idea of just as our ancestors did, what he's using here is he's referring to the concept of the original, like the original or the source life. The idea that pyromancy sort of goes back in a way in that respect. Now, the idea of the original source life gets clarified up in Dark Souls 3, but there are hints and understandings of it in Dark Souls. So it's not the idea of, like, oh, just like our ancestors did or something like that. It's not like, you pass from, like, parent to child in the literal sense. There's the idea that you are sort of passing, there's the idea that you there's a source to pyromancy, and that flame has then been sort of split up and used and manipulated in a sort of line of succession through the various pyromancers. Again, we see how there's a teacher or student aspect to this, because he gives us his flame.
Pyromancy has a, well, rather primitive aspect.
This is notable for later.
It meshes poorly with advanced culture, and pyromancers are considered rather unsavory, which is fine, as I never got along with anybody anyway. So, for me, turning undead didn't change a thing.
Yeah. So he's joking out, basically he's a misanthrope, he doesn't really care about, he doesn't really like other people, so when he turned undead and everyone, even in the Great Swamp, threw him out, they're like, oh, okay, well, that doesn't really change anything, I never liked people anyway, so I don't care if even the Great Swamp doesn't like me, right? Because I'm undead, I'm cursed, I'm a monster. The point being made here, of course, is the idea that there's primitive aspects to pyromancy, right? Again, it goes back to what I'm trying to say about the idea that the connotation of jujutsu versus majutsu is that jujutsu is considered, again, more tribal in nature, has this more primal connotation to it almost, like a witch doctor or things like that, or a spirit healer or whatever you want to call them. The idea being is that they don't care so much about the stuff like stone cities and organized like societies to the same degree here. They're okay with living in, say, the Great Swamp because, hey, it's a marshland. It's not really the nicest place for anyone to want to live in for, like, you know, city folk especially, but it's a good place if you want to just be close to nature. Because, again, pyromancy is understanding fire, the world affected by fire, and therefore the nature which has been infused with fire, disparity, and all that stuff. That's how they kind of want to commune closer. So, again, the spirituality involved. The idea here, of course, of primitive will come back later when we get to Quaylana. This just costs souls. Let's, yep. Be safe, friend. I'm not gonna go hollow, don't worry. Let's go through this. Alright, so we're gonna be going down to New Londo very shortly. Gonna do some level ups, and then I'm gonna dump everything else into my Pyromancy Flame, because we want to have a max flame before we go down to Blighttown, because we want to talk to Quaylana. Oh boy. Nice. Okay, so that's one level up down, for sure. Modify equipment. Not even can level up, huh? We're gonna need more souls, chat. If we're gonna upgrade this Pyromancy Flame. We also need to buy Pyromancy. That's also on the agenda. Well, maybe going through New Londo will make Pyromancy viable. I'm a man of God! I would never use this heresy. But just in case. I don't have any spells for it, so it doesn't matter. Hey, buddy.
Ah, you certainly are keeping busy.
Yep.
Care to pay for a useful tip?
Oh. Ah, darn. Oh, I know what's happening. Before we go to New Londo, we have someone else we need to talk to. Now, as you recall, Rhea, Vince, and Nico with Petrus all went down to the Catacombs. Petrus was supposed to lead them as their overseer into completing this mission. But we come back and we see, oh, Petrus is by himself. Where's his party?
Oh, you again?
Oh, he's caught off guard. Seems like he's caught in his thoughts for some reason. Oh.
Scoured near and far, but no sight of
Oh, she's missing. He can't find her, huh? Oh.
Lady, to think I swore to protect you with my life.
I wonder what's wrong.
Your Highness, where have you gone? I am entirely to blame for this. Oh, woe is me. I am unworthy, deathly so. Oh, I'm sorry. Miracles
Again, we can see how he's constantly distracted in his head.
I lose myself. Pay me no mind.
So clearly, he's really preoccupied. But again, as we see, Petrus doesn't seem to be the most upstanding of clerics. So is he really worried about Rhea? I'm sure it's nothing. Again, nothing we really want from him. Though again, this is a good time to go over some of the miracles I didn't go over last time. Let's go over heal first. Again, basic miracle for clerics. The idea is that, again, you're learning a story of God, and that when you use it, that's how you manifest the power of the miracle, through faith and the prayer through reciting the tale. Seek guidance. Again, the idea being is that we can receive more guidance from using this, from messages and things like that. Seems to give us a better connection to cross the barriers between worlds, though, again, this lets us have, like, unique messages and stuff like that that give us help. The idea being is here that The idea being that, of course, the clerics have unique powers that help them in ways that normal undead would not in order to be guided by their faith. Force, again, we have this idea of creating a shockwave. It's useful by the clergy knights in order to make sure that even though it does no damage, to sort of repel people away. Again, the idea with clergy knights is that they never fall. They are really good at sort of tanking and dealing with large crowds and things like that. So again, this is that type of spell conducive to that. Homeward, again, a spell that sends you home, basically, much like Homeward Bone. This sort of makes the point again of how us being undead by our curse seems to have us return to the bonfire instead of to the home that we might imagine. But the point being is the text is making is that, hey, well, really, since the world of man and our home, everyone we care for or whatever, has driven us out as a monster or whatever, we have no connection to the world of man anymore. So our home now is essentially the bonfire. So that's how things work. That's what we, in our heart of hearts, consider our true home now. Great Heal excerpt, again, is the idea that essentially this is this says a great miracle cast by advanced clerics, but it's not actually true. The Japanese text actually clarifies the idea that this is essentially a simplified or generalized version of the great miracle cast by clerics. So Great Heal is that miracle, is that great miracle, right? Great Heal is the one that actually has all that power, super advanced, super good for super high-ranking clerics who really know their stuff. Great Heal excerpt is just basically a short and abbreviated version of the full miracle that is what's the word? It's essentially it's been essentially shortened and abbreviated for the purpose of being made more easier to digest by a wider variety of people in the public, right? So again, the idea being that very few can actually learn the original Great Heal because it is so lengthy and complicated and requires so much memorization and faith in order to use. We can see the idea that the Way of White will simplify miracles in order to make it easier for its clergy to use, which tells you about their standards for the faith. But anyway, we get the idea that Lautrec has a tip, which is actually related to Petrus, but we're going to have to wait until we have enough souls in order to pay for that tip. So we're going to need to get another 3k souls somewhere. Maybe from down here in New Londo. Now I'm going to head down to New Londo, and then we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Just because I need a break right now, so let's get down here. We're not getting to Blighttown today. Sorry. We'll deal with that hell later. Okay. Now, I was gonna walk down to Rickard so we could chat with him right after this, but you know, knowing me, I'm gonna knock myself off the edge, so we're just gonna wait here for now, chat. So, BRB. I'm back. Dark Souls 2 had some dark spells that consume souls. I never used them. Yeah, this is true. Dark Souls 2, though, is kind of... Dark Souls 2 follows its own standards. It does some... It's the game that tried the most to, I guess you could say, experiment with things. So definitely put things to the limit that other Souls games probably will never do again.
Hey, hang on. Is that an ember?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. We at Vinheim don't deal in shoddy embers like that.
Hey!
Perhaps you should try an old smith out in the country.
Hey! Don't insult Andre! So again, the idea that Vinheim is an urban place. It's very much for the uppity city folk who don't care for those country bumpkins out in the rural part of the world who would deal with those low, even though it's a high quality ember, you know, these low quality ember for smithing and forging. No, this man deals with only the best of the best, the magic embers, the embers of sorcery. You know, the stuff of the latest science, as it were.
Oh, Big Hand. Of course I've heard of it.
Yep.
Who hasn't in Vinheim? He was a royal member of Dragon School until he turned undead. I hear he was quite the character. Only that was 100 years ago. What interest have you in the old eccentric now?
So a few things worth noting. One is the idea that, of course, Logan essentially died and became undead about 100 years ago. which is consistent with what Solaire said when he talked about how, hey, you know, we can tell that the flow of time is stagnant because we can see these legends from a century ago walking around here right now, right? So, like, the idea that, again, time and space is sort of all stagnating together into this big pool and kind of randomly intersecting or stuff for brief periods. So, the idea being is that Logan, his lifetime was back then, so he lived about 100 to 200 years ago in his full life, if we were to say, like, he died, like, 90 or something like that. But the idea being is that he died, he turned undead. Before that, he was apparently quite the character to deal with, right? And the underlying point that Rickard is making is the idea that he was a quote-unquote royal member of the Dragon School. Now, the term for royal member here is, in fact, actually a term that means, like, a outside relative. The idea being is that if you are a king, and you have your paternal line, right? So you go from, like, your king, and then your eldest son will, like, inherit, and then his son, etc. Like, that would be, like, the normal line, no complications, right? Where does that leave, then, the women in the family? Say, the queen who marries into the royal line and do so, or, say, the daughter, who, obviously, she can't really stay within the royal line. She's probably going to marry out, like, she's probably still, obviously, she's herself is royalty, but she's obviously going to marry someone who's most likely not part of the royal family, right? So she's going to marry out of the royal family, right? So there's this idea that what happens if you are related to the king because you are, say, part of his queen's family, or his daughter's family, or his, you know, his consort's family, because he has all these mistresses or whatever in the harem or whatever, right? So there's the idea of, okay, these family are referred to as the sort of external relatives. This term for an outside relative is actually reused in Elden Ring, except it's been gender flipped. So instead of it, as it normally applies to you know, sort of being part of the king's family, it's instead applied to Marika. So, like, when characters like Radon, Radon, Ronnie, Rykard, they become outside relatives to Marika when Radagon becomes her consort. So, again, it's sort of a gender flip. This is also why I'm happy my translation is outside relative, which is more literally accurate to the kanji of the text, versus the common dictionary definition you'll see. And one I used initially when I was first starting these types of talks with you guys in the English community was maternal relative. Because obviously, maternal relative is already, like, a problematic term for various reasons, obviously, because how it, like, limits the scope of what you're thinking about, but, like, it completely flies out the window once you gender flip it in the context of Elden Ring. So very glad that this changed up. Does this mean the flames started to fade again about 100 years ago? No, Baltoy. Undead have existed ever since 1,000 years ago, forever. But what I think you're trying to get at under that is, like, why didn't Gwyn, when he linked the fire, shouldn't that have gotten rid of the undead? And you're right, yes, if Frampt was telling the truth. Big if, huh? That would be the logical outcome. But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's get to the end game with Frampt and everybody. Anything else you want to say?
Don't ask me how it actually works. We only fiddle and forge until it works itself in. That's how we do it in Vinheim. We prefer to leave the theorizing to those uppity scholars.
So the idea is that Vinheim, the Dragon School, has classes for both sorcerers and sorcery smiths. Now, these magic smiths essentially are taught how to do smithing with the sorcery embers, but they don't necessarily get all the application and the theory behind the rationale of how this all works. They just sort of know how it works. They just know how to. They know how to work it. They don't necessarily know what the underlying mechanics of it. Right? That's all for those scholars who are trying to study all the formulas and everything there. So all of that is telling us essentially that there's also this idea of, again, they're uppity. Now, he used in the Japanese a very sort of rude term to the idea of, like, almost sarcastically, the idea of, like, you know, you're someone who's, like, quote unquote, your betters or whatever. So there's very much this idea of, like, oh, you know, those scholars who they seem to think that they're so much better than us because, you know, they do all the studies. And they're like, oh, we know all the little facts and nerves. Now, again, we see how the irony with Rickard, who sort of demeans blacksmiths of the rural countryside, right, as these uneducated, like, you know, people who have, like, the vulgar embers and all that. But again, we can see how there's a similar thing going on with these sibling disciples at the Dragon School. Let's see. Why is he there? Did he do something evil? We talked about this in a previous stream, Iman. The idea being that Rickard locks himself in here because he wants to avoid, he's afraid of going hollow, and so he'd rather lock himself in here where he's not a threat to anybody. He's down here, down deep below, in a ruin with a bunch of hollows, in a prison cell. Therefore, when he goes hollow, he should be fine. Now, again, much like Crestfallen Warrior, we don't know if he's, like, completely lost hope or anything like that, though he's pretty much acted like it, but we do know from when we give him embers and things like that he does at least seem to still have a little bit of fire in him. Like, he just needs a little motivation. But again, this idea, this existential fear of hollowing has sort of forces people who don't want to fight and try to pursue the mission that the legend tells us to go after. These are the types of people who sort of stand in place and sort of stagnate until they rot away, both in a physical and mental sense.
What is it? There's nothing to talk
Oh, we already know this. Yeah, we're both undead. What's it matter? Nothing we have to worry about here. Sure, we'll repair. Again, we don't care to reinforce my armor at this point. I don't even know how long I'm going to keep it. Oh. No, this is for normal, right? Wait, is this for... Oh, this is for magic. No. We don't want magic here. No. No. Yeah, we want to go to Andre.
Goodbye then.
Yep, see ya.
Keep your...
Alright, let's go to Ingward. Now, Ingward is all the way over there. Can't see him right now, but he's over there on top of that. Now, as you may notice with New Londo, it is supposed to be an undead ruin. We can see, of course, undead here. Now, notice, of course, the flooding, which has completely destroyed the city. We notice how there's a bunch of these hollows seemingly just standing around. Now, similar to the hollows we saw by the firstborn's altar, the altar of sunlight, we can see how these hollows seem to be people who have sought refuge here for safety, and they all went mad. And as we can see, this seems to be the explanation for why they are uniquely peaceful again. So they were just poor civilians, never wanting to hurt anybody, but they were they're undead. They fell to despair. They hollowed down here. Now, the idea would be, we have cut content tells us that the door to New Londo, not this one, the one up the lift, would have been locked at one point. There was a key for it and everything, though this was changed, quite possibly because someone else unlocked the door in advance, as we will see going in. But the more important point is, it was very likely that this chamber was in fact locked. As we will learn, the destruction of New Londo was a planned operation to make sure that nobody would get out, even if that meant sacrificing innocents in the process. As we also established, there is a staircase from where we met Rickard that goes down to the bottom of the city, where the city was. This is a prison, hence why this section is separated from the rest of the city structure. This prison seems to have been the only place above ground from which these citizens could have fled up that staircase before it crumbled from the destructive waters crashing down. And they ended up trapped here, and slowly, well, you see the results. So again, these are essentially the last citizens of New Londo, you could say. At least those who aren't ghosts. We can see here how there is this makeshift wooden platform crossing it with blue magic flames, telling us that a sorcerer or some other type of magic caster seems to have established this makeshift platform for us to get across. Again, this would not be the normal way you would traverse New Londo. Again, we are going to see Ingward, and these are very likely his works. Now, since we are cursed, we can deal with the ghosts. These are the ghosts of New Londo. Again, we established the idea that grudges are powerful emotions, and that powerful emotions, like grudges, allow you to revive yourself in certain forms after death. In this case, rather than reviving in the form of a skeleton or as rotten meat, their souls in the bodies of the New Londo residents turned into these ghosts, beings who could turn transparent, and thus escape the water. Now, this might sound curious at first glance, but there is the idea that this water is a kind of seal. Oh. And therefore, there is actually a lot of room for them being trapped down here. Again, their bodies, their corpses, the idea was to flood this area so no one could escape. Therefore... Oh. Therefore, the idea was that you, if you're, say, oh my gosh. There we go. There's the idea that, okay, if you're not able to escape, then, okay. Just turn into a ghost. Turn transparent. Make yourself non-physical. Therefore, you could rise yourself out of this water seal. Now, at least when we go through the water, it doesn't seem to be anything more than ordinary water. Notice how this corpse is uniquely posed. Hands crossed over the chest. Belongs to a woman, of course. Has a firekeeper soul. Tells us the idea that this is a chamber for a firekeeper. Looks like this may have been a chamber where there might have been a bonfire at one point, and then when the firekeeper died, she was formally laid to rest like this. Whether this occurred before or after the destruction of New Londo, I will leave that to you, but we do get the idea that, of course, a undead city had its own firekeepers, naturally. Now, we have crossed over to what is likely some of the buildings on the higher elevation. This is also where we start seeing the ghosts. We can get the idea that this area was possibly an affluent quarter, places for nobles or the like, the high status folk. From this, again, the idea being that, well, much like what we see in Undead Berg with the parish, the higher up you go, the more status you have, both physically and in a metaphorical sense. You're on a higher stature, as it were. And as we go even higher, we see that the largest building here, which dominates over the entire city, is quite curious. What can we learn about this place, I wonder? Again, notice the pots, the idea that these are places which show resources, movement, the idea that there was activity that was happening in these places. Again, it wasn't always a dead ruin. Oh. Now, we can't use this lift because obviously there's the seal and all that. So we kind of work with what we got. Dang it! Got killed. That sucks. Now again, we have to fight our way through in order to get to Ingward. Anything else you want to tell me, buddy?
How did that old man make it back?
Oh, you mean Laurentius?
But I suppose stranger things have happened.
Anything else?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Lautrec, I promise I'll have the souls. Wait. Lautrec? I guess he's out for today. Okay. Guess he went out looking for Xena. Understandable. He'll be back. Anytime now, Lift. Thank you. Now, again, we already established the idea that Firelink Shrine is just an extension of New Londo, and that the shrine also connected to Anor Londo via Sen's Fortress through the Undead Parish lift, which seems to predate the actual church. So there's this idea that this prison facility was used to shepherd up prisoners up to Firelink Shrine in order to perform either the firelinking ritual, or, who knows, perhaps something which preceded firelinking. Again, we will explore this idea further as we get to later, but there's this idea that, of course, with firekeepers here, with an entire city for undead built here, it's very obvious, and the name, of course, New Londo, a lesser Londo compared to Anor Londo, for the haven of the sun for the gods, as Andre mentioned, there's this idea that the gods essentially created a sort of vassal state for undead. Well, why would they create a vassal state for undead? Well, when undead are showing up, and we have this whole legend and prophecy thing going, well, we would want to build a city for them. Well, okay, well, we have Undead Berg today, but what if New Londo was the one back then? Okay, yeah, we can two-hand these guys easy. Oh. Moving this way. Again, while I'm here killing these guys to catch up to where I died, please like and subscribe if you enjoy the content here. It really helps me. I want to be able to do more of this stuff for you guys. I always appreciate all your support, especially when it comes to the Abyssal Archive, my recent 2-volume analysis of Dark Souls, all compiled for the purposes of getting the lore to you guys with a proper commentary on the Japanese script. I love doing this lore through. If you like what I'm talking about here, consider buying my book. Check the link in the description. Anything else? There we go. Come on, get you out here. There we go. Thankfully, these guys have low aggro range. That I will appreciate. Oh, darn. Come on. Again, these ghosts can make themselves transparent. The only way to interfere with their curse... Oh. The only way to interfere with their curse is to become cursed ourselves, as we are currently. This, however, makes them quite difficult to deal with for the uncursed, as they can essentially make themselves impossible for you to touch while they can touch you. Again, all this, that term for ghost is specifically a term used again for this idea of vengeful spirits. The idea that these are those who have a grudge over being killed. Hence why they are like this. Oh. Nothing else up here? Good. Alrighty. I know what you're gonna do. Oh. Darn! I need to just dodge roll away as soon as I have something like that happen to me. Clearly, that's I need to not take my chances because they can do crazy damage. Oh, you're back. Hey, buddy. Didn't find Xena? Understandable. I'm sure she's somewhere here. Definitely. There we go. Back down here. Alright. Come on. There you are. Get out of there. Come on, move. There we go. As we can see, they can also have their bodies stretch and contort in unnatural ways for a regular human body, because again, they are making themselves essentially more ghostly. But we can in fact get transient curses, which are again hands that we cut off from bodies that are cursed from them. So we can say for certain that these ghosts are in fact physical beings. These are not just souls in spirit form or something, like say what we see in Dark Souls, Demon Souls. Where's the one that also rises? That I find weird. I could have swore there was another one, but I guess maybe it didn't trigger. Okay, that's done. Oh, there you are. Woo! Okay. Again, Exhibit A. Moving this way. Heading that way. Done. Come on, move out. There we go. A parrying dagger. This is very curious, as we see parrying daggers only used by certain individuals. From Kareem, oftentimes. And we can see that it is in fact a favorite of Knights of Kareem, who like to fight essentially with without a shield. They like to use a offhand weapon instead for parrying, but also obviously offense. So you have the idea that Kareem is an intrinsically aggressive nation. This makes sense given the fact that we Oh, I never picked up the ring. We gotta go back to Undead Berg and pick up that ring at some point. I did not get the blue tier stone ring. Whoopsie. Firebombs / Pyromancy are pretty useful against the ghosts. I farmed the Jagged Ghost Blade once and used fire to great effect. That could be nice, for sure, El Hennybrae. Now we have these female ghosts here. Now these female ghosts, they scream. They have a woman's, the stereotypical Japanese horror kitchen knife with the appearance of a stereotypical Japanese ghost, so the references are in full swing. But again, the idea, besides getting across the point that they are the stereotypical ghosts born of grudges, there is the point that she holds the corpse of a child. Again, as I stated back in Undead Berg during, I think, the first stream, ghosts, undead are no different from us. They are more like quote-unquote immortals. That is another way you could translate the term undead or non-dead. So Miyazaki plays on both connotations, the undead idea with hollowing, the immortal aspect in the normal undead form, the human form, I should say. The idea being is that you, as an undead immortal, can still do everything that normal humans can do. You just, you do everything that normal humans can do. You just, you just got the problem of hollowing, where you look a little zombie after a while. So, little Zambi. So, in order to deal with that, if undead can handle and are in a position where they don't have to constantly worry about hollowing, then... Whoop, kick down that ladder. If undead don't have to constantly be worrying about hollowing, then instead we can have it where they can, you know, raise a family, you know, have kids. This seems to be the implication in New Londo. New Londo, the ghost woman, is holding a corpse of her baby. Not just a ghost form, but the actual corpse. This baby, we do not get to see it with the woman that I was just with, because I do not want to... Oh! Oh! Darn. That was my fault. I should not have put myself in that position. That was my bad. The idea, of course, being that the ghosts were women were once, of course, ordinary mothers. They were people. They had husbands. They had kids, and they were living a normal life in New Londo, almost as if they weren't cursed at all. You know, they had the bonfires there with the fire keepers in that city, so everything was good. And you know what? If there was a criminal, well, don't worry. The city had a system so they could lock up the criminals, and then they'd be taken up above to the ritual site up there for who knows what. But it's for the good of keeping the Age of Fire alive. So even though they were cursed monsters, undead could live relatively ordinary lives down here. Now again, we find a corpse with a parrying dagger telling us that someone from Kareem was here. Many people try to interpret this to tell us that various countries that we know about, such as Kareem, established New Londo. And they kind of align this with the idea of the Four Kings. This is never consistent and never actually, like, sort of substantiated in the lore. It's more so as we see that all this Kareem stuff is found above ground, above the water, because it is all from people who have come down here, again, after the flooding. I will explain some of the other ones as we go forward, but suffice to say that we'll explain for now. Man, I can't wait to go through Catacombs after this and die to Pinwheel. Oh my god. This controller, man. If I'm not really pressing it. Now again, we're going through the big building. We don't get to see the full thing, of course, because of the flooding, but it is sufficient. Oh no. That was bad. Okay. There we go. That was kind of scary, because I messed up. Ooh, there we go. Ghost. This controller is not cooperating. Controller is convoluted, chat. Oh. Whoa. Dang it, we're dead. Darn! Yeah, this was a bad run. I did stupid stuff and I lost 7k souls because of it. This is totally my fault. Ay, ay, ay. The controller didn't help, but that was just my bad. I did not play that right. Oh, that the controller doesn't help on the run back. Well, Lautrec left again. See, he's embarrassed for me. He's like, I can't be here. I'm getting out. Come on. Oh, there we go. Let's see. What can I guess I gotta just take it more careful. I need to rush in as soon as I find the first ghost, and then rush out to draw out the next one, and keep on repeating that process. We can at least skip some of the stuff though, because we already got the items that we care about. The big thing is going up top and getting to Ingward, and we were almost there, but I had to go down just to see, because I can't remember if there were items down there or not. But next time I'll just get my Ingward to deal with that, and then we'll come back when we're higher level, and we can always loot the place. The focus should be the Catacombs, not New Londo. There we go. Oh. There we go. Well, I'm gonna have tons of transient curses when I get out of here, that's for sure. When I come back here uncursed, hopefully. Oh. Gosh, I hate this running problem. Fun. Oh, okay. There we go. There we go. Nope. Nope, 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 not dealing with that. If you're gonna hide in the walls like that, you gotta come out like a normal person. There we go. Now again, like I said, we can skip the ghost here. There is a trap down here, but... Whoop. Again, we can see Ingward up there. This area is a large two-story building, similar to this one, so we get the idea it's definitely important. It's connected to some other areas, but we'll talk about that later, as that is its own discussion. Dang it! I thought the Estus would go through, but nope. Okay, so I have to go backwards. I can't go inside right away because all those ghosts will chase me. Damn. That sucks. All right, we're gonna try a new strategy. Let's see if we can how far we can run through because I'm actually curious. Dang it! Yeah, that's not gonna work. We're gonna have to crawl through. It's very possible to sprint through, but the ghosts are pretty random. The last ladder is the worst. Yeah, the problem for me is that my controller. What? What? Why are you down here? Why are you all... Ay, ay, ay. Well, this is different. That completely messed up my plans. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, ghosts are random. That's the biggest problem when they have wall hacks. They can literally just walk themselves anywhere and then be in ambush position. I think the best way that FromSoft could have done it, instead of adding the Purging Stone, was just make it so the ghosts always return to their original position and redo the events. So, like, if instead of them, like, kind of just, like, screwing off to, like, who knows where, random spots, like, they just go back to their exact same location. If you want, you can even have it where when they de-aggro, they, like, despawn and then respawn with, like, the same HP, at the original location. Like, that would have been better for more consistency on how to handle this area than sort of what they originally do. Because this seems to be the part where I consider getting out of the depths, like, a cakewalk compared to this. For obvious reasons by how much time I've spent doing this. New Londo. Time to talk. He's in. Hey, Rico asks. It's the lore guy. He's in New Londo. Time to talk about Artorias. Well, actually, we can talk about Artorias. So Artorias is in fact described as a hunter of dark wraiths. Now, obviously, this requires dark wraiths to hunt. So a lot of people who like to put the events of Ulasil before the events of New Londo, yeah, no. Just no. That's just not a thing. The events of New Londo occurred. The Dark Wraiths that were not in New... Now, obviously, the idea is, wait, but I thought New Londo was sealed for the purposes of keeping the Four Kings and the Dark Wraiths trapped. Yes. Well, as we will see going forward, not all Dark Wraiths were in New Londo at the time. Therefore, this leaves Dark Wraiths that need to be exterminated, those who are stragglers out there in the world. What are we going to do about them? Okay, well, what you can do... There we go. What you can do about them is have a knight you trust, a very powerful and strong knight who will surely be able to handle these dark wraiths, go out and hunt them across wherever they may be in the world. That task was left to Artorias, and so it was his mission, and he apparently did it very well up until the events in Ulasil. So. There we go. Oh. Damn. Come on. There we go. What? Why? Why are you... This game, man. But outside of New Londo, there aren't any Dark Wraiths that we encounter in Dark Souls 1. And that's not exactly true, Rico, as we encounter Kirk, who in fact was a Dark Wraith. Hence proving my point. We don't encounter them here in Lordran besides Kirk, because again, presumably all of them would be either hunted by Artorias or are out there further in the world of man, not in the land of the gods so close to home. Obviously, Dark Souls 3 builds upon this by allowing us to encounter more Dark Wraiths, who are among those who were, again, not home when their home was well flooded. So, they managed to escape Ulasil's destruction, New Londo's destruction, and continue to exist out there trying to survive. And they weren't hunted by Artorias, so yeah. They weren't doing too hot. But it's okay. They found Revenge Mommy. I didn't know Kirk was a Dark Wraith, lol. Is that why we need to kill him 3 times? No, but, no, it's why Kirk, though, has a red eye orb, because he is a Dark Wraith. He owns one of those orbs, so he can invade you, and Kirk's just a very nasty individual. He's more than happy to try to beat you on more than one occasion. He's not gonna give up just because you seem to be strong. Yep, that was what I was afraid of. Alright. We go this way. We go this way. There we go. Doesn't Kirk serve Quaylag's sister? I'm referencing Dark Souls 3 for the Dark Wraiths in that game in terms of Vengeance Mommy, Rico. But yes, in Dark Souls 3 we see that Kirk is invading as a member of the Chaos Servants, as we will see a corpse with his equipment spawn after all the invasions. Come on, come on. Oh, come on. Alright, we managed to survive that at least. So that's good. Again, controller giving me... Giving me a headache. How do the Dark Race even differ from us? They don't seem to be running autopilot or something. What do you mean different from us? What do you mean by us? I don't think we're running on autopilot, or at least not in the sense that you might be implying. I don't know. I mean, I feel like I'm on autopilot right now, but that's just because I'm going through the same... Oh. The same area. Oh! Let's do this. There we go. Screw all of this. Okay, we're gonna try this one more time. We'll see if we can deal with this. Oh no, you come from up top, okay. Well, yeah, I mean, they aren't running on autopilots, and they don't seem to be inherently bad or destructive, which is also a trait of us, hence the question about the difference. If you mean they're not hollows, or at least they're not mad hollows, then yes, you are correct. They are not, they're not just pure mindless monsters. They have a different ideology from the... They have a different ideology from the normal undead, which puts them in opposition to us. Guy be like, nah, I'm not interested, I'm running. Yeah, that's what it be like. But we're gonna kill them all and get ourselves over around this way. Again, this controller is making this a lot harder than it needs to be. I think those last few deaths, I will blame a bit on the controller, because it's just me finagling with it is really dealing hard with my concentration and my ability to match the timings for getting into and killing these guys. Okay, so some ghosts should appear here. There they are. Oh, that's what I was afraid of. Nope, you're not gonna do that, huh? Oh! Ah! Okay, those two are done for, thank you. Only one heal off of that. I killed two of them. Come on. Come on. Come on. Get up here. Oh my god, you... Oh. Oh. Alright, let's do this. Let's get to Ingward. Hurry, Ingward, Ingward, please tell me the ghosts are gonna stop. Tell me this is it. Let's see. And Gwyn already suspected that New Londo might fall to the abyss. Where did he get that clue from? No, he didn't. We will, again, as we will go through the lore through, we'll talk more about New Londo as we get deeper in. This is just for me to get my curse out of the way, but, no. Gwyn, well, I guess I should say, Gwyn didn't know that New Londo would fall. He at least was, prepared for that possibility because it's humans. And he inherently doesn't trust humans. So, for example, when he hands out his Lord Soul, he gives a shard of a Lord Soul piece, but it's visibly smaller than, say, the piece that he was given to Seath, etc., right? Like, Seath got a pretty sizable chunk of his Lord Soul, but New Londo, it's like, okay, you need some power and stuff for you to, like, manage effectively and all that, so, okay, I'll give you this. And it's like, looks a little thinner than the others, because, again, he inherently doesn't trust humans. He's not going to give them so much power.
Well, this is a surprise. I don't get many visitors, except ghosts.
Uh-huh.
Oh, cursed are you? Is that what brings you to me?
Yep.
It is a wise choice. Your troubles with
Seems like ladder's too much for them. Yep.
My name is Ingward. I'm an old man, bound to these parts, but cleansing your curses. That I can do. The breaking of curses is the territory of deities. You must be prepared to give some of yourself.
Alright, so we'll be talking about that in a sec. Didn't Gwyn's 4 knights also get a piece? Do you think these pieces were bigger than what the 4 kings got? No, they didn't. The soul of Ornstein is, in fact, the soul of Ornstein. When it's when the localization says something to the effect of, oh, you know, this is the soul that was given to one of Gwyn, like, given to the 4 knights of Gwyn, or, like, Gwyn's 4 knights, or whatever it was, the Japanese doesn't say anything like that. It just says it's the soul of one who was a member of Gwyn's 4 knights. So, again, it's another extremely huge localization flub. Again, one of so many in this game that I've already been going over and will be going over in the future. So, yeah, no. Gwyn never gave a shard to the 4 knights. That's just Ornstein's regular soul. Or, well, it's a little more complicated, but that's Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3 territory. We'll keep it simple today. Transient curse to help us deal with it, but I don't have sorcery right now, so... Actually, what's the... Yeah, no, I do not have the sorcery for that.
I am the guardian of the seal. I watch over the 4 kings, the masters of the dark wraiths. The dark wraiths are the enemies of man, and any living thing that has a soul. They were born in New Londo, and that is where they perished. The entire city was sacrificed to contain them, for that is how great a threat they were.
So there's the idea that, again, Dark Race and the Dark Race, New Londo had 4 kings. Now, the term used in Japanese varies between calling them the 4 small or lesser kings. Again, New Londo is the small or lesser Londo, so these are 4 small or lesser kings. Now, by that same token, there's the notion that they are called 4 official kings, or king officials. The idea being that they are this term for official referring to. Oh, that's my phone. 1 second. Oh, never mind. It's just random people. Never. Anyway, as I was saying, there are 4 official kings are essentially like public officials. The idea that they, like a government bureaucrat office or something like that. Like, oh yeah, he's a public official, right? So there's the idea that, again, New Londo is the lesser Londo, a vassal state to Anor Londo. So the idea is that these kings are not wholly independent. They're almost like sub-kings, contracted to, obviously, the big king, which is, of course, Gwyn. There's the idea, of course, that curses are, again, the territory of deities. So when he says you have to give some of yourself, what he's saying is you need to give humanity. You need to give a piece of what makes us human, the fragment of the Dark Soul, as everything in this game sort of points toward, and Miyazaki confirms in an outside interview, is that the idea being is that the gods want you to sacrifice not just ordinary souls, which, again, whether you sacrifice humanity or an ordinary soul, totally viable for the idea of getting rid of curses. Because again, curses eat away at the soul of our existence. It's eating away currently at our soul right now, in the same way that the undead curse, the dark sign, eats away at our soul. But the point that Ingward is making here is the idea that our, in order to get rid of our curse, Ingward only knows arts that, going back to the gods who use humanity as would use humanity as sacrifices, because if they have to sacrifice any soul, they'll first sacrifice a human soul, the dark soul. So that's the point being made there. It's a very interesting admission again of the idea that the gods do not support the dark. So the idea of the guardian, master of the dark race. So again, there's the idea that the dark race were so bad, they were so awful to all of man. Again, the idea that they were the enemy of like the whole man of all the world. That, you know what, in order to keep them from continuing to go out, which again, Kirk and Artorias' dark wraith hunts proves there were others out there, not in New Londo at the time. They were already terrorizing man. Again, this goes back to the idea we have when we get the red eye orbs, and the idea that the red eye orbs that we can collect outside tell us, oh, okay, these are red eye orbs, which, again, they should have been lost with New Londo down there, but the fact that these exist outside in the world of man tells us there are dark rays out there, and we were able to either kill them, slay them, and collect, like, these broken orbs that they possess that let them invade as dark spirits, or black phantoms, or however you want to put it. Is Ingrid spouting nonsense here about dark wraiths? No, he's not. He's accurate. Yeah, nothing else to say here. So that they were so bad that he had to sacrifice the entire city in order to contain them, and this is where they shall perish. Have our curse broken. Oh. There, happy. Yeah, nothing else you're gonna... I was hoping maybe you might have something, but we'll do this. Woo! We're no longer cursed, everybody! Nope. Yeah. Okay, we're leaving. Thanks, Ingward. So the idea is that Ingward basically watches over this seal that keeps the dark wraiths contained in here with the water. The point being is that he is making sure that no one will ever get in. No one will ever let them free and terrorize the world again. And dark race are really the enemy of man? Yes, they will. Dark race are unscrupulous individuals, if that's what you mean. That much is for sure true. Oh. Oh. Oh, dang it, I was gonna dodge roll right then. Well, I'm not getting that 44k. I'm free of my curse. I did my due diligence. Chat, we are now getting a holy weapon and going into the catacombs. We are free. I'm probably gonna cut out a lot of the non-question stuff for you guys, so that way VOD viewers don't have to suffer through all that. Still got problems? We'll have to get Lautrec's tip too at some point, but we can do that after we go through the catacombs. So yes, the idea with the dark race are they are these terrible, unscrupulous individuals that were part of New Londo, apparently, as Ingward puts it, born there. Not necessarily in the literal sense, he obviously means in a metaphorical sense, but the point being is that the four kings, the four kings and these dark race they serve did all these awful things, and therefore we have have a duty to allow him to continue to protect this seal instead of, just, killing him, taking the key, unlocking it, and allowing possibly untold horrors to break about the land. Now, obviously, when we break the seal, we go and pretty much immediately kill the dark wraiths in our way and kill the four kings, so not really a problem. This is, again, why Ingward will let us do so when we comes to later in the mission. But again, that's for later. We will talk about that when we get to that point in the game. How many souls do I need? This should cover it. Oh my god.
Why, that's
This is for our large ember.
you have there. I could smith some mighty weapons with one of those. Why not lend it to me?
Sure.
Magnificent! You won't be disappointed.
Cool.
I can hardly wait to get started.
Nice, man. All right, let's see. No, we should focus on modifying. Okay. No. We don't want to do that. Divine. Okay. Again, as we can see, we have our options here with the embers he's given us, but we want a divine club. Nice. Woo! Okay. Now that we've done all that, can we repair? Alright, so we can go down there without any trouble, I think. Another other thing I really care about, and we don't have anything else. Yeah, I won't get myself killed, thanks. Alright, chat, it is time. It's time to go bonk on all these living dead. Oh. Oh my gosh. I hate this controller right now. Enjoy the cinematic shots. I was doing a Londo prior to Catacombs and Nito. Yeah, but I want to get this done earlier. Just for me trying out something new for this playthrough. I've never really done Catacombs before in Orlando, so thought it would be neat. I've also don't think I've ever done the full new Londo experience for getting my curse away, but that was fun. Now, before we do this, I think I'm going to take another quick break. Oh. There we go. So, be back in 2 minutes, chat. I'm back. Sorry that took a little longer than expected, but we're all good now. We are ready to go descending down into the underground. Why didn't you get your curse cleansed by that guy at the bell? Because I don't have him unlocked. I have to beat the Gargoyles boss, and I haven't beaten Gargoyles yet. Do you want me to try to beat Gargoyles with half health? I mean, I could have tried that, but, would have probably taken me longer than what we did with New Londo, to be honest. That would have been pretty much a no-hit run. Anyway, let us test our new club with the power of the gods. Two shots. If this holds true for the enemies in the catacombs themselves, I think we are in a pretty good spot. This way is, I think. Oh. Whoopsie. Yeah, we want to go this way. Now again, as I've said before, we see how this this graveyard behind Firelink Shrine buries many different types of graves from varying cultures, east and west. So there's the idea, of course, that many different undead have gathered here at the Undead Berg and are ultimately buried here. We even see, however, very curiously, that's not just humans who are buried here, or undead, I should say. Oh, it's also giants. Now, this is a very curious because we haven't seen giants yet, but we don't normally would find giants in this area. And again, the fact that we haven't seen giants yet would make us wonder, well, why would giants be buried in this graveyard, especially so deep in? There we go. That you were the problem child, so. There we go. You're gone. Bye-bye. Well. Very curious that we would have giants here. Now, as we can see, Undead Berg is quite the, expansive, construction project. Lots of cityscape to build, not just for the Berg that we explore, and the parish, but also, again, the city here, and the city there, and there, and there, and all the other little districts we see here. So it's clearly this Undead town is, quite the metropolis. Again, here's the giant grave. In that case, you can imagine giants being used to help construct it. Now, I guess the question would then be, they would then die during the course of construction. You know, accidents happen. I think we can all agree that that's just true in any type of that hard labor work. So, the question would then be, were they just helping on the goodness of their heart, or on behalf of someone else? Well, we'll have to continue with the lore through and see. Power of the divine knobstick. Wait, you do catacombs before gargoyles? But didn't you kill the wizard, though? No, well, what wizard? I haven't killed any wizard. Unless you're talking about, Ingward? I haven't killed Ingward. Anyway, let's see what this divine knobstick. Anyway, the point is that we have the idea of the Undead Berg, graveyard with some giants in it, who likely were builders helping construct the facility, but now we're going into an older underground graveyard, the Catacombs. Now, as we can see, there aren't just skeletons here, there are also floating heads, which are like the generic hollow head, but again, it's like a corpse head, and when you get close, they blow up. Now, the name of these enemies are the Grudges. So again, the idea that grudges can reanimate bodies and more than just as, say, skeletons, though we see in this case the skeletons are revived through necromancy, but we can also see the idea that, you know, just plain old, hey, I didn't like that I died, I feel very strongly about it, okay. And now we can see how their grudge comes manifest in terms of exploding like that. Now anyway, we continue down here and we enter the catacombs proper. Oh, these take 3 hits. Good to know. Seath Wizard, the one who dances. I have no idea what you're talking about, Rico. If you mean Seath, then we already Oh, you mean the channeler. Yes, I've killed him in Undead Berg, yes, and we've killed the one in the depths, yes. Okay, like, okay, I'm like Seath Wizard, the one who I'm like, what? Okay, no, yeah, I get it. You mean the channeler, the evangelist, yeah. So Seath's evangelist is dead, yeah. We've killed them both in Undead Berg and the depths, so they're out of the picture. But I haven't done gargoyles yet. Again, I'm doing a bunch of other stuff, going down to Blighttown and all that before I do gargoyles. Actually, we may do gargoyles next stream before we head down, but we'll see. This depends on how the catacombs. As we can see here, there are statues of a hooded figure with a mask. We will, of course, learn that this character is Pinwheel. This is specifically the Mask of the Father, so we get the idea of the main body of Pinwheel, because as we will see going into the boss fight, Pinwheel is comprised of 3 people. The Japanese name for Pinwheel is in fact a 3-man coat. This is a reference to a Japanese comedy skit called 2-Man Coat, or 2-Man in a Coat if you want to be creative with the translation. Essentially, the idea being is, you know, two people get you know, stack up on each other with an overcoat covering them. You know, the typical, like, childhood, like, a gag where the kids, like, try to pretend to be an adult by, like, stacking on top of each other with an overcoat. Kind of like that, but the idea is, of course, basically the second person controls the arms or something, right? It becomes this little gag. So, Pinwheel, in both English and Japanese, is a joke. Moving forward. We can see here all the bodies and things, people who not necessarily want to die. These are very likely more recent corpses who have tried to come down here. Again, it's also worth noting when we come into the catacombs that everything seemed pretty normal until we got to this point, at which point we see how skeletons are haphazardly dumped here. So we get the idea that people come here, don't come in to enter the catacombs proper, they just sort of dump bodies down here and let them rot to the skeletons that we see now. So, there's clearly something's changed. It's no longer friendly territory. So whoever was being buried here before is no longer being buried here. They're just like, okay, we gotta bury someone, I guess we'll just drop them here. Maybe they'll bury them proper. Well, what could have possibly gone wrong? Again, another proof that these corpses are more recent. These skeletons are laying against these statues. And as we will find out, Pinwheel is the master of the catacombs, but he's someone who's only done so relatively recently as far as the historical record is concerned. We go here. We'll talk about this area in a sec, but first we gotta deal with a necromancer. This necromancer is a hollow, like the others we fought, so it tells us that some of the undead of the berg have come down here and have chosen to serve Pinwheel and learn the arts of necromancy, which they use by reviving the skeletons. Now, because we have divine weapons, these skeletons do not resurrect. As we can see here, bunch of skulls in the walls, again, typical catacombs stuff. Do we have any idea about what Seath's religion encompasses? What is its theology and what sort of appeal it might have to berg undeads? No, we do not get a very good idea of, like, what is the way of Seath, beyond the fact that, obviously, Seath and his followers are quote-unquote mad, right? So, what we see with, like, say, when the idea is that he is, of course, a god, he's a powerful god, and probably that is the appeal to him, in that, hey, if you want a god, why not get the dragon god who is, you know, founder of sorcery, etc., things of that nature. We can, of course, see bugs. As we go underground, we, of course, see how many insects and stuff burrow in here, much like rats. They prefer dark, somewhat damp places, and obviously, they like the bodies because they can eat, and there are lots of bodies here. So, disgusting. Again, notice the symbols here. We can actually see, looking back here, that there is a, I believe this is written in Greek, from a stock image, but more importantly is this symbol. We can actually see this symbol in the coffins in the, deeper into these catacombs. So, keep this in mind. This is not too terribly important, though, because our big thing is opening. Again, the doorway here. We actually saw the same symbol on the door here that we saw back there to kind of give us the connection. I should have checked it out first, but again, you get the idea. Alright, we are set. I love the roaches everywhere. Unfortunately, all I can say, Marcos, is that as far as Seath's religion is concerned, we don't get too much on the specifics of how it works. I suppose you could use Logan as an example, but I'm not sure if that really, if he makes for the best exemplar of their religious beliefs, because again, they're crazy! Again, we see more necromancers, but we're not going to worry about their kind. You're not demon souls, skeletons. You can't do the dodge roll thing. Or you can, because I'm bad. Okay. Oh. Oh. We'll go this way. We'll talk about the general geography of these catacombs, how they were constructed and things like that afterwards. Of course. Now, these enemies use weapons that would specialize in bleeding, even though, at least for us, they do not have a bleed effect when we use them. This seems to be a carryover reference from Demon Souls, but there is the idea that, of course, these weapons are good at cutting up flesh and the like. But again, mostly a Demon Souls reference. Magic flame being shot from this lantern here. Almost like pyromancy, though obviously pyromancy uses the pyromancy flame itself as a catalyst, not a lantern like this. So it's not exactly the same. It'd be more akin to flame sorcery, which again, something to keep in mind. Not having these guys revive is honestly pretty nice. I've never used the divine weapons, but oh boy. It's definitely worth the effort to get this weapon. Again, all the statues of Pinwheel that are placed around here giving us the idea that he's in command, but as I will make a point of later, we'll talk about you in a second, these statues were not always here. You done? Are you done? Yeah, like... it's not hard to go around the corner, mate. I cannot believe that missed. We'll wait after the next... There we go. There we go. That was what I was afraid of. Okay, now we can deal with him. And dead. Give me your lantern. Give me your lantern. Okay. Again, corpse buried here. Large nameless soldier. So we get the idea essentially that the Greek all my homies love runes. Removing bleed from curse swords makes them so sad. The untold power they would have had in ER. Yeah, imagine actually being, I'd say in any of the games, having a, like, I think Wanderers can use the falchion that these skeletons use. And it's like, God, imagine if that thing had bleed inherent like the thief's knife or whatever. It'd be so interesting. Removing bleed, determination of the true Chad. So okay, now we can talk about this wider area. Now, as we can see, it's somewhat of a valley that we would have to cross through. There's these bridges that are here. They're set up to kind of spin around and, as we can see, block the paths if needed. Don't know why you want to do that for your catacombs, besides the fact that you want to defend it, I guess, but you do you. As we can see here, there is, it's more like the valley is, of course, still in a cave. So there is, in fact, a roof here, though we can see some light poking in down here, and we see a giant waterfall, which goes all the way to the bottom, which will be relevant for later. But for the time being, it's worth, again, recalling how we saw a stream that passed through between Sen's Fortress and the old church where Andre is working, flowing down in the direction of this waterfall. So the idea seems to be that that stream from Anor Londo to the Catacombs is now been flooding over. And the Catacombs is not being properly cared for, as we will see when we get to the bottom. I can't remember if we have enough to level up, but for the time being, I think it's fine if we keep going. Just a little longer. Oh, you. So as we can see, this statue has the face of the mother holding the face of the child. And the child, of course, has a trap in the eyes and mouth. So you have the idea that the father is the normal statue. It's the main statue we see most commonly. But the mother and child are also there, and be careful. Gives us the idea that, of course, Pinwheel is not a single individual. Pinwheel is, of course, 3 people in a coat. There we go. There's that grudge right there behind him. Oh. That I was not expecting. Oh, we might have to go back just because of Estus, huh? Oh. Alright. There we go. Gotta keep going. Oh. Is there anything behind us? No. This is the thing to steer that. Okay, so we can use that when we go back to the bonfire. There is that. We could always try to get to the bonfire there, right? Because the bonfire is there. Darn. Do we want to risk it, though, with only one Estus drink? Darn. I never noticed the mass motif on the statues. Well, Ellie, that's what I'm here for. Buy Abyssal Archive. You will get that information and so much more in in 2 volumes of analysis. Check the description and go to the publisher store page from there, because it's going to be it's going to have so much good Dark Souls lore that you're going to find. New stuff you never knew. Great Scythe has bleed 2 for reasons, yeah. Are scimitars some sort of ceremonial barrel blade in Lordran or something? Why the hell would Western-inspired dead suddenly wake up with Mina-style swords? It's a reference to Demon Souls, because Demon Souls had similar swords for those enemies there, where they had similar curved swords. It's just a carryover. There's never a specific lore reason for why every skeleton happens to have the same generic curved sword that also has a bleed effect, even though the sword that we get does not have that bleed effect most of the time. So it's like, yeah. Yeah, katanas have bleed. There's a reason Uchi-katana is a top-tier weapon. Yeah, well, to be fair, though, Uchi-katana and so all the Eastern-style weapons are got in, like, Blighttown and stuff. So you get them late enough that's like, okay, it's okay for you to get bleed off that. Plus, Japan take a lot of pride in their katanas being all about the cutting. So if you're gonna have anything suddenly spurt out blood like an anime protagonist, then make it that. Great Scythe has bleed 2 for reasons. Again, big curved blade. Why not? Also, who would use a scythe otherwise? Again, controller. Why? Dang it. That's fine, because I can just fight through the enemies and get that stuff back. I just wanted to go back and level up first, but whatever. We can try to work towards the next bonfire. Finally, we're at the Catacombs. Welcome on in, everybody else who just joined the stream. It's wonderful having you for this thrilling part of the stream where I try to survive all these skelly boys. They want me dead. I don't know why. I'm just invading their territory, ruled by 3 people in 1. Don't see what the problem is. There we go. could always do that to get down, like, easy, but it's like, no. That is an option, but no. Oh my. Timed that perfect. Nice. This is getting to the point, though, that I don't want to risk it, so yeah, we're going to take the chug. Also, I didn't upgrade my thing, so I have less flask than I thought I would. Oh, I didn't do this. Whoopsie. I didn't do this side area. Darn. Come on. Get over here. Yeah, I get it. You have an ambush. Come on. There we go. Alright. Might have to go back after getting my souls just to make sure I get the level up off. More weapons. Oh my. You're trying to compete with Demon Soul skeletons, though, I can tell you that. You stay back there. As long as you're back there, we're good. Oh, darn. There we go. Where did that guy come from? Nope. Oh, it's that guy. That's why. I see. He starts... So you have to get him first. Darn. Dang it, Dark Souls, with your unavoidable enemies. You forgot Lucerne? For shame. Poor girl is trapped by skeletons. I saved her. I saved the princess. The princess, does it count as a halberd or an axe? I think it's both, right? Or is... No, it's just halberd, I think, at this point. Yeah, halberd. Okay. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's a halberd. But this one doesn't have as much spear part going for it, so... Alright, 2... Okay. Are you gonna send any enemies my way? That should be my first concern. I don't think so. I think we're good. Alright, let's get you away from your necromancer, buddy. Come on. Oh. This is bad. Oh. Oh, darn. Whoop. Whoop. Come on. Come on. Come on. Also, I hit between their legs. That makes me feel bad, honestly. Of course the hitbox is good when it comes to skeleton body parts. It's like, it's too thin. Wait, what? Oh. There we go. Does the necromancy employed by Nito and Pinwheels fall within the dark light dichotomy, or is it its own deal? It's its own deal, though if you were told what does the power of death and the corpse arts fall under on a spectrum, it would be closer to dark than light. You often see Nito, of course, using various powers related to the dark and involved, or using dark. Obviously, Dark Souls 2 sort of has a similar thing going on with some of the necromancy done in that game. So there is the idea that the consequences of disparity, cold, dark, death, etc., are more closely aligned with each other than, say, with their causes. Life, light, heat, etc. There we go. Now again, the goal is to get over there, because there is a bonfire. This I think might be the way, but I can't recall. There we go. Does the necrism spectrum? How necrotic are you? Please, check on this chart. Oh. Again, as we can see, corpses grasping on, begging for mercy from the master of this domain as they are being killed. Me, the moron, being falling for this. Proud knight. Proud knight! Let's, so again, the term proud knight more accurately means like a famous knight, just so people understand. So again, the idea of being proud in that he's well known, he's well regarded, because he's, you know, he's built a reputation. Again, more the same Greek thing, tablet thing on the wall. It's a stock image, so don't put too much stock in it, as it were, but figured you should know. This is a doorway we can open later, if I recall correctly, so... And this leads down to Vamos, but I don't have the Estus or the HP to confidently... Oh. There we go. I wasn't expecting you to be down here, I'll be honest. Yeah, we're not doing that. Is that the door up top? I hope it is. I want to get to, I want to get all the way to, my bonfire now. Thank you. Thank you. You can roll off the bridge toward the ledge on the left of the waterfall. Proud knight. Rainbow. Ay, ay, ay. Again, we can see again how this place is, of course, in ruins. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. This is an area you can only access going this way, right? Let's go get the, let's first then get to the bonfire. If I recall correctly, bonfire is here. Yeah, it's up here. No patches, unfortunately. That's done. Wait, there is a bonfire here, right? Yeah. I'm not crazy. I forget how we unlock it, though, if I'm being quite honest. It's not a button. I don't think it's an explosion type deal either. Is it down here? Oh. Yeah, no, nothing here. Nothing here. Well, this is... There has to be a button I'm missing or something. That will take you back to the top, very left corner, behind by the statue. Oh. There we go. I was thinking maybe, but I was like, would they put it with the trap right there? I don't know, but yeah, it would, right, okay. So again, we found our first, I think this is our first illusory wall proper. I was like, yeah, there's something here, okay. This is actually something worth resting for humanity, yeah, considering we have... Yeah. I found it, Ellie. Thanks so much. Thanks to you too, Rapucha. We kindle this. All this for that rite of kindling, huh? Nice. Let's now do this. Level up. That's attunement. My equip load's getting higher and higher, which means eventually I won't even need Havel's ring. I can free up a slot there. What else could I put on here? So far... Oh, wait, I gotta get that out of storage. Reinforced weapon. No attacks to the bottomless box. Oh, I just never picked... Yeah, I never picked up from Undead Berg. That's why. I was like, yeah, okay. I never picked up Blue Tear Stone. We gotta go back to Berg to get it, for sure. Yeah, okay. Forgot for a second. Right, you exist. At least you do 0 damage. Let's go up here. This wall is also special in that it doesn't react to spells. The first one by Artorias door does. Oh, no, that's right. That was the first illusory wall we got to, right? I didn't even think about that. I'm so used to just automatically doing it without thinking. But yeah, it's oh. Oh no! That hurts. Oop. Oh. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to lock on so I could do that. Hey, doggy. Want more love? Okay, over here. Sit. Down. Sorry guys, the dog wants love. Gotta give him some love while I stream. There we go. We could try Vamos. We still got lots of souls that we can afford to keep. Oh. Oh. There we go. Soul of a Proud Knight. There we go, and we'll take this route. There we go. There's the Great Scythe. Now, har, Great Scythe, Scythe associated with Grim Reaper, even though it's technically a farming tool. Yeah. One of the many instances of FromSoft being a little bit, being funny, guys. This is a hole. Woo! Now, again, we have a broken bridge leading over there. This, I think, leads to the Titanite Demon, yes. Again, we see, the coffins. Now, these coffins are nothing too special. They have, distinct imagery of like bulls and calves and people and things like that. Some of the smaller details include like wars and centaurs and things. These are obviously stock images that are just being used to give them detail. They do not pay attention to them. We never ever any instance of centaurs existing in Dark Souls universe, at least so far. In fact, Dark Souls 2 devs go so far as to say that beastmen do not exist in beastmen do not exist in the Dark Souls universe. At least not naturally. A damage repulsed, I would be so mad. Great Scythe is a top tier weapon too. Well, as a thief, maybe the farming implement is not so bad. Oh. I need to remember to roll. This is obviously the way forward. We can go at any point though, so let's have some fun. Woo. Alright, my items are back here. Okay. Never mind. Hey, Titanite Demon. Now, Titanite Demons are said to be wandering, so, or prowling in some cases, so the idea being that, of course, they, much like the Black Knights, they sort of just wander the world, though, unlike the Black Knights, they don't necessarily have they're a little bit big, so might not be easier for them to get anywhere, though, again, this is Dark Souls. Characters move around as the plot needs them, so that's not really, too big of a factor. Darn. 3 guys at once, that's hard. Centaurs on a sarcophagus wouldn't mean they're real anyway. They're centaurs in real Greek pots, and they aren't real. Well, again, the point being, of course, that in Dark Souls, the idea of the universe, of how it reflects, at least the idea of reality, we see Egyptian hieroglyphics. We see Greek on tons of these walls and items and things like that. These are just stock images. They're not something to be too important. Go generally for the feel or how repeated a certain image is, if it's very specific or somewhat unique. For example, I've talked previously about the idea of Anor Londo consistently using the image of a flower blossoming within a sun. Oh boy. Dang it, my timing's off. Woo! Well, he's dead. Thank you. Thank you for getting trapped behind a pod and exploding on your own. I appreciate it. There we go. We are now going the long way around. Any reason particular there's so many Titanite demons stuck in the bottom of Sen's fortress? The ones you don't kill, you gotta do with somehow. So, Anor Londo's like, well, because you have to understand, the Titanite demons arise from the slabs that were creations of the blacksmith deity, when blacksmith deity dies, right? So when the blacksmith god is gone, when he's no more, and these demons arise, and they're obviously arising pretty much almost entirely in Anor Londo. Again, we'll see one here in the Catacombs, one in Izalith, right? Because there's going to be the idea that Titanite's going to get around in the land of the gods, right? But Titanite slabs are not going to be that common, right? They're mostly going to be in Anor Londo. So most of the Titanite demons are going to prop up in Anor Londo, meaning that most of the Anor Londo is the one that's tasked with killing and or capturing them. So the ones that aren't killed, the ones they decide to capture for one reason or another, what are they going to do with? Well, why not stuff them at the bottom of Sen's fortress where they can add to the traps, right? Again, while we can break here. This is, of course, the area we were going at before. Yay! Come on, there we go. Nice. That was a fun little detour, but now we shall... Treasure. Yeah, there's treasure, I'm sure. I'm sure Patch's message. Not saying that's actually by Patches, by the way, I'm just joking. We'll have to go here. Now, this is where things get important, so look closely. As we can see, this area has windows here on the side. We can actually see this from the outside if we go back up, but we'll do that later when I kill that archer and everything. We can see how the statues keep going, right? The statues keep going, and then they stop. And as we can see, we can go right. Now, before we go right, we can see how through the ceiling drops down another giant skeleton, who we saw in the Undead Berg graveyard. But this guy doesn't have the excuse of being a builder for the Berg, who died and so got buried down here. So that's curious. Why is he here and he's the only one in this entire area? Well, we have the idea maybe that the giant skeletons were actually here originally, and that there may have been many more of them who were guarding the graves here. But then Pinwheel moved in and started adding his statues and influence. Now this guard's busy defending this grave up ahead, so he's not going to do anything if you don't go too far. So as we see, statues, they stopped. They didn't go any further than this point, so they didn't trigger the giant. Instead, they went right through this wall for whatever reason. Maybe it was already broken or what have you, but they ended up going through here. And when we continue this way... Oh, boy. We see the more statues. Oh! Dang it. Gotta go through that again. Gonna come down? There we go. You, though, we can permanently kill, so this is fine. But again, we see how the Pinwheel statues again continue at the end of this passage. So we get the idea that, again, the Pinwheel influence stopped at where that hole in the wall is, hence why this giant dropping down here through the ceiling is essentially a time capsule, giving us a look at what things were like once upon a time. I guess I can't get to that archer that way. I thought I could, but I guess going around is just for the necromancer. Okay, we'll do this. Nephilim are real. This game is proof. I think that's the developer message to make sure you get Dark Moon Ring. Yeah, that's what I would assume, but again, patches and treasure, am I right? One of the few messages outside the asylum. Ares in particular, there's so many Titanite demons stuck in the no, we already talked about that. Sorry there, Ellie. I know. How awful of me. I repeat your question that you so earnestly asked. There's nothing up here, right? I'm gonna assume no. Yeah, there's nothing. That's just to get back up, I think. Yeah. We don't care about that. I can't slide down! Oh, no, I can. Wait a second. How can I slide down? There's nothing on the sides for me to... Oh, no. Oh, no. Dark Souls, you're making me think. Anyway, before we go kill Necromancer Boy, let's look here. Again, we see the statue of Gwyn's wife on an Anor Londo-style pedestal, as we'll see when we go to Anor Londo, holding a baby Guinevere. Very curious indeed for such a fancy grave here. Well, must be that this person in the grave is related to Guinevere, right? Oh. A Dark Moon Seance Ring. Now, this term Seance Ring is not actually a Seance Ring. The Japanese is actually a Priest Ring. It belongs to one of, a Priest of the Dark Moon, essentially. By that same token, the White Seance Ring is actually a Way of White or White Faith Priest Ring. So, again, it's a Priest of the Way of White, specifically one of Lloyd's High Priests. Now, we haven't gotten that item yet, so that's not too important, but... Again, we have this idea that Dark Moon Seance Ring improves your memorization slots, so again, related to magic and stuff, which makes sense for if you want to learn miracles and things like that. Doesn't the giant skeleton revive if you follows you close enough to the necromancer? Well, that's just the necromancer being the necromancer, Night Scout, but yeah, I'm, possibly. I haven't confirmed it personally. Have you fought and parried the Black Knight? No, Rico, I have not fought and parried the Black Knight. I've killed the Black Knights, but I haven't parried them. Alright, so, again, the ring granted to a priest, or in this case they're saying adherent of Gwyndolin, the god of the Dark Moon, and the youngest child of Gwyn, the king of Sunlight. So, again, grants you more memorization slots, so you can memorize more spells. The Dark Sun Gwyndolin, now Dark Sun here means, like, Son of the Shadows, so the idea that the, if, say, Gwyn is sort of the bright beacon, Gwyndolin is a sun who, again, exists, like, he's behind the scenes, undercover, like, you know, in the background. He's not the guy you want to. We can actually see when looking at miracles. Let's look at items. There we go. Oh, we don't have any, whoopsie. Anyway, I'll talk about, we can see with miracles, however, for example, there's a scene of, on the picture, that all the miracles share of, again, not saying that all miracles have this image, but it gives you the idea of, like, the generic thing you would expect to find on a Tale of the Gods, and it's a depiction of Gwyn holding out his Lord Soul in Anor Londo under the sun to Silver Knights all lined up, like, you know, probably giving a rousing speech, and there behind him you can see the little white line with the little dark dot of a head, and you're like, oh hey, that's Gwyndolin. Dark Souls 3 gives us the high-res version, so it's even easier to tell, but yeah, there's the idea that, there's an idea you will see in the English community commonly of, oh, Gwyn didn't know about Gwendolyn's existence. He never knew about his son. No. Gwyn most certainly knew about him. Gwendolyn was involved in so many things, and we will talk more about that as we get to Koth and other stuff related to it. But anyway, we get the idea that buried here is one of Gwendolyn's priests. So again, very much a known god. This also seems to give us the idea that these catacombs were originally used to bury servants of the gods. So, as we will see going forward, gods have various servants. Lloyd has his high priest, though the Japanese, I think, translates like high bishop or something. Velka has priests, though again, localization translates that to bishop. Gwendolyn has priests, though again, that gets localized out for seance ring. What does Dark Souls have against priests, man? They call the priests bishops, and then in Dark Souls 3, they call the bishops deacons. It's all messed up. Anyway, the idea being is that we see gods have their own individual priests that, or some equivalent that worships them, kind of like their own little holy man caste of followers that want to learn all their secret arts and all that, right? Again, we talked about this last time with Havel, how Havel has warriors who adhere to him by cosplaying in his armor and weapons. And then you have the warriors of Havel, also the priests of Havel. Again, this got localized as Bishop Havel, but it's not who Havel is a bishop. Havel is likely, as we discussed that last stream, a silver knight who fought alongside Gwyn in the Dragon War, got his ass whooped by Seath so bad he decided to wear, instead of silver knight armor, but stone armor, and wield a dragon tooth instead as a hammer, and sort of kind of hard counter all magic, and he ends up getting a following like all the other gods, and gets his own priests, essentially, who learn his magic barrier spells and stuff like that. The point being here is that Gwendolyn is included among those. He is very much a part of the society following the normal conventions. The other notable thing about this ring is, in fact, again, the idea that this says Dark Sun Gwendolyn is the only remaining deity in Anor Londo. This is not actually accurate to the Japanese. What the Japanese says is Gwendolyn, the Son of the Shadows, Gwendolyn, is one of the old gods that is in Anor Londo. So it's not saying quite yet that he's the only one. That's not actually being given away, and the localization is spoiling something rather early by doing this. You're not supposed to find that out until you get to Guinevere. But the idea, and obviously there's an argument again, we go back to the point about, I talk about the medials as a race versus the gods, because, okay, the Silver Knights, probably medials. Are they gods? Well, Havel gets worshipped like a god at some point, but, like, you can make arguments for or against, but again, this wouldn't be an argument for against. It just says he's one of the old gods. We'll talk about the statement of the old gods later on as we get further into the occult stuff, but for now, the idea being is that Gwendolyn has very few followers, but their tasks are of vital importance. Another important thing to highlight is the his. Japanese can omit pronouns in many cases. I should say, they can omit using gender-specific pronouns in most cases. A lot of that, for example, sono, meaning something like that, is often used in place of saying a his or her or something of that effect. It has the same meaning of, for our understanding that his or her would have. So I could say, so-and-so, and then, that followers, instead of say necessarily his followers. It would be understood that I'm talking about Gwendolyn, not that I'm talking about a thing separate from Gwendolyn. Again, just wanting to get that point across. You're not actually supposed to be told that Gwendolyn is a he at this juncture. This is going to be very important when we get to Anor Londo, but we'll talk more about that later. Suffice to say, though, we have the idea that, of course, this is a ring. It talks about Gwendolyn and stuff, is one of the gods in Anor Londo. Therefore, we should be looking out for Gwendolyn at Anor Londo with this ring. Let's see. Gwendolyn doesn't get statues. His followers have to be buried under a statue of his VTuber avatar. Night Scout, that is amazing. I love that. Who is Velka again? Goddess of Sin. We'll talk about her when we get to Painted World more. And Bishop is a higher rank. Only the deacons might have drawn the short straw. For E and stuff, yeah. How you know they fought Seath? We do have item descriptions talking about how he is Seath's, essentially, like he is a rival or someone of Seath again. So back in the again comrade of arms of Gwyn. So back during the dragon hunts when the lords were hunting the ancient dragons, or as later games call them, the arch dragons. Silver Knights like Havel are fighting alongside him. Seath comes in with his sorcery before he, again, eventually betrays toward the end of the war and helps close it out. So, again, this is Havel's experience where he's like, okay, I'm now going to counter all things magic, right? Havel is the guy who got traumatized by having a really bad experience with the sorcery build and then decided he's going to now screw over every sorcerer going forward. Like, he's on a mission. He's the let me solo her guy for magic people. I think Great Magic Barrier makes mention of the Pale Dragon's magic, and that spell is Havel's. Yeah, we'll talk, again, when we get Great Magic Barrier, I think Rhea sells it, we'll get to talking about more about Havel and stuff. Well, I thought this was supposed to be a clue that Anor Londo isn't all it seems. It's a hide-in ring, so I thought it was part of uncovering the mystery. Nope. Nope. There is no mystery. It's actually quite public that Anor Londo is, quote-unquote, abandoned. It's just you're not supposed to know that Gwendolyn's the only one left. You're just supposed to know that he's one of the gods that are in Anor Londo, and so you should be looking for him there when you get to Anor Londo. And obviously, the reveal that he's the only one left is supposed to happen when you learn about the illusion of Guinevere, which I think you can only do so after meeting Guinevere, if I recall, because you have to join her covenant and you get item descriptions. Or I guess you could kill Gwendolyn. I think some Gwendolyn items mention it. But anyway, that's beside the point. That seemed more tied to Havel's distress rather than a fight, though. Everyone just seems just for Seath to steer clear. Is it Gwendolyn male since he's called son? Gwendolyn is male. You're just not supposed to be told. You're not supposed to know he is male. I will talk more about Gwendolyn when we get to Anor Londo and can talk more about that. So just keep in mind, this ring doesn't ever use pronouns explicitly telling you Gwendolyn is a he. It should also be recognized that Gwendolyn as a name is a derivative, although it's spelled obviously with the Gwyn. The name Gwendolyn is normally spelled, and as it's written the same in Japanese either way, as G-U-I-N instead of G-W-Y-N. And it's a derivative of the name Gwendolyn, which you're probably more familiar with. It's a woman's name. So again, when you hear a character named Gwendolyn and you have no other indications of gender, that's something, again, we'll have to talk about going forward. Ancient Dragon War question. What items imply that Seath once fought alongside the dragons? I got the impression that Seath betrayed them ASAP and his sorcerer was born then or later. I talked about this in the first stream a little bit. I touched upon it. When we're told about all the lords doing stuff, the Japanese words it as a way, essentially, that the dragons were finally defeated at the end, essentially at the, so it's like, okay, Gwyn pierces their stone scales, Izalith whips up firestorms, or her flames become storms, Nito is creating a miasma of death, and then due to the betrayal of Seath, the dragons were finally defeated. So there's this essentially... we're essentially being told that Seath doesn't get involved till the end of the war. There's a whole theory that fans go into about the idea that, oh, Seath's called a confidant by Frampt or Koth or whoever, and so, confidant is someone who shares a secret, so Seath actually shared a secret about how to defeat the dragons, and that's how the gods do it. No, no, no. The gods were well prepared, as we will see going forward. They were ready for this fight. They were doing so. It's a tough fight. Obviously, dragons are this super powerful foe, but they were doing well, and they were winning, and then, when Seath saw the writing in the wall, and toward the end he betrayed it, helped close out the war, probably saved who knows how many lives by helping betray his own brethren by stabbing them in the back, quite literally. As we see in the cinematic, he stands on a pile of their corpses, and then you see what happens with getting awarded dukedom and all that stuff. Again, we'll talk about Seath as we go forward again. God, you guys are giving me so many questions to go through right now. So great. Who knew that getting the Dark Seance ring would get everyone so invested? And then we got the items in long. Again, the term used about Seath and Havel is a term for an enemy of two people who are in conflict with each other, at least at the point that the description is describing. So yes, there's this idea that he was a sort of enemy rival on the battlefield type of deal with Havel, and when Gwyn and Havel are fighting side by side, essentially. Night Scout, why couldn't he have just been AWOL? Are you talking about... Oh, sorry. I missed the start of this talk due to a quick talk in real life, but did Seath necessarily even fight until he saw the dragons were weak? Why couldn't he have just been AWOL? Again, the Havel event tells us, again, that he's actively involved in this. And again, in terms of conflicts where Havel and Gwyn and Seath are all going to be fighting, and there's the dragon hunts. Again. Because again, the gods are outright getting archdragons. They're not discriminating in any way. So, like, of course Seath's going to fight for his own survival. But when he sees that the dragons are definitely going to lose this, why not try to curry favor with the opposite side by essentially backstabbing the enemies at that crucial juncture? It's the logical thing. It's the logical thing for the founder of sorcery to do. But again, I go over this a lot more, obviously, in detail in Abyssal Archive for that. We'll talk more about Seath as we get later in the lore through. for now, let us move on because, oh boy, so many questions you guys have. I love it. I really love it. Okay, there's another thing. Again, we have the idea that servants of the gods would be buried here. Very curious, we find the miracle, Tranquil Walk of Peace. Now, obviously, miracle makes sense for a servant of God to have that. But the more important thing is the idea, again, it's a miracle, an outland miracle, or the idea that's a miracle of, like, the remote regions, the frontiers, you know, a place away from where the main concentration of the world of man. Seath is Italy in World War I. There's the idea then is that the Tranquil Walk of Peace is basically used, as we see, by the golems in Darkroot Garden, the Ulasilian Stone Knights. These golems are essentially existing with using the spell in order to slow us down, so that way they can keep us around. It also has implications about Ulasil as a peaceful nation. We'll talk about that more going forward. But the important thing here is the idea of we've seen it associated with Ulasil, which is in the land of the gods, which is, of course, north of the main world of man that gets referenced and talked about so much in the city. So the idea being that this would make sense if it's a miracle of the frontier of the remote regions, considering that Lordran is remote. It's supposed to be this remote, far away place to the north, away from where most of human society is, because, again, it's the land of the gods. The only human countries that you can argue are part of the world of man would be New Londo, Undead Berg, and Ulasil at a time. And again, New Londo's now gone, Ulasil's now gone, and Undead Bergs, of course, all hollow ruin. Yep, okay, so the idea that covers everything I want, so we'll go down here. That leaves a lot of questions about what the primordial crystal was up to until Cease betrayal. Oh. We're back at the start. Oh. Well, I'll read your question in a second. Whoop. Oh, this is gonna be... I swung. Just want to point that out there. Oh. Voice. Ooh. Yeah, keep falling. Keep falling, all of you! Ah! Okay. Are we safe? I don't know if I'll ever be safe. I don't think I can ever be safe again. Yeah, I think I'm safe. Alright, questions. There's a lot of questions about what the primordial crystal was up to until Cease betrayal then. If all the dragons could use it, could they have made them untouchable to the betrayal? Oh, we have a lot to say about the primordial crystal. There's some localization problems there that I also need to talk about, so we'll get to that. We'll get to that thing when we get to Crystal Cave and all that, believe me. I feel Cease more like betrayed his kin because of his inferiority complex rather than rational thinking. No, there is the inferiority complex, but again, he fights with them, and then he betrays them only to at the end, when the war is, again, closing out. Essentially, he helped close it out. Again, the point is being that they were finally, like, all of them are doing all this, they're doing so, and then finally the dragons are defeated with Cease betrayal. So, see what the skeleton is, he's gonna teach you the parry. Rico, you're amazing. But the idea, yes, so Seath is, yes, so there is, we see, like, the way Seath clutches his brethren's scales, crushing them as he roars on top of the body of their corpses. Yes, obviously he's fueled by the jealousy and envy and all that stuff. He never liked his kin, so it's not like his betrayal is, like, gonna be, like, is a shocker. But the point is that it's rational for what he did if you take out any emotions from it. Just adding the motivation of, oh yeah, I don't like them. Of course he's gonna do it then. He has, like, the only argument against, like, betraying them at this point to save yourself is that, oh no, I love my brethren, I'd rather die fighting alongside you than live a traitor or something like that. Cease doesn't care because he hates them. He's envious of the fact that they have what he doesn't. So yeah. Again, I'm just focusing on just the raw, sort of the raw math there of how the scenario could have played out given Ceath's character. And it's like, yeah, that's the... Of course that's how he's gonna do it. Oh. There we go. There we go. I think I can dodge roll down here, right? Yeah, I can dodge roll here. And that'll take me back. Perfect. Oh, no, dang it. It's not. I keep thinking it's up on this stupid ladder. I am a moron. There we go. Speculation here, but figure Tranquil Walk of Peace was created by a post-Ulasil culture of few survivors. It's miracle rather than a sorcery, implying a switch to Gwyn stuff. We do see a church in Ulasil. The old church that Andre's in is an Ulasilian church made in the same style as the ruins and stuff that we see elsewhere. And of course in the DLC. So, and it's, of course, the church is located in the same place where the city of Ulasil is in the DLC, so the idea is that that's a church of the city that's connected to Sen's fortress. So there is a religiosity there, and again, as we see, the stone knights made with magic, that again, they're explicitly made with magic and have magic defense and stuff from the sorcery of Ulasil and all that related to them, but they use the Tranquil Walk of Peace miracle and stuff like that. Again, you factor in Dark Souls 2, which tells us it's an ancient miracle that's existed for a very, very, very long time. So, again, it's the idea that, again, it goes back to Ulasil as an old culture for the gods, tells us how it's very peaceful. Again, when you're a vassal underneath, when you're literally sitting right underneath Londo, the country of the gods, not a lot of war is going to happen in your neighborhood. Probably not, especially if you're a god-fearing nation. You're like, yeah, you know what, Londo might not like us warring with their neighbors. So, again, Ulasil's a country that enjoyed lots of peace. It studied sorcery, but, again, there's certain things about the sorcery that we have to talk about and how it relates to holy magic / miracles. So the idea that they also had miracles, and again, the underlying point I'm trying to make here is that this is an Ulasilian miracle, quote-unquote, that is created by, again, in the, because Ulasil is a nation on the frontier, and the Catacombs, as we established earlier, is a burial place for servants of the gods, people who become their priests, like Gwendolyn's priest that is buried here. So we have essentially this overwhelming, oh, gosh, I almost killed myself twice. We have this overwhelming, oh god, I gotta level up, that's why. Dang it! This is what happens when I look at chat, I stop paying attention. But, we essentially have this overwhelming idea that, oh, Ulasilians becoming servants of the gods, which again makes sense. Ulasil's the neighbor, so a lot of Ulasilians are going to decide, hey, you know what, I want to go to Londo and become a priest to X or Y god. That's obviously going to happen just from how close they are and how long Ulasil's been there under Londo influence. And again, we'll talk more about that as we go forward. There's actually a really cool thing in Dark Souls 3 where they cut content, has Shira, who, again, we'll talk about her a little bit later when we talk more about Seath, but essentially Shira, one of the medials she essentially was going to have an attendant to her, so she's an attendant to Filianor, but she was going to have her own essentially attendant that would fight alongside her for the fight battle, and it would have certain weapons, and this was person who was dressed in Ulasilian garb using, of course, sorcery and stuff, and a certain item that, again, is not relevant for this lore play. But the point is that, so again, it's a cool little callback to this idea implied all the way back in Dark Souls 1, that Ulasilians were were a major source of servants of the gods. So, like, you can imagine, okay, like, maybe people from all over the world might make the pilgrimage to Londo to try to become a priest of a god, but hey, Ulasil's right next door, so a lot more people are probably gonna make that decision than say someone all the way in, like, the other side of the world. Probably this is the wrong place for power level discussion, but I don't think Seath is stronger than his brethren without a part of Gwyn's soul. Definitely not, I'd say. That's no. Like, Seath could definitely do it. Especially if he's betraying them from behind, and plus the plot will do whatever they want. He doesn't even use Gwyn's soul in any meaningful way as far as that's concerned. Anyway, speaking of Seath, did his cult only start after he went rogue, or had he already established it before? The cult existed for the idea Seath as a cult existed for a while, because Seath has been a god for a while. Again, godhood is something you can marry into or be expelled from. See the firstborn, and we will see Seath. We'll talk more about, again, The Seath discussion, we're gonna move on. This is Catacombs. Let's try to focus on the stuff ahead of us, because I'm gonna be having to repeat myself a lot with this Seath stuff when we get there. So again, I love the questions, but we're going into like crazy off-topic territory at this point. Andre's church in the Undead Parish didn't exist yet for the Ulasil's fall, though. I figured again, same architecture, old church. It doesn't exist, quote unquote, because we can't visit it. The church you're thinking of, Andre's, not the old church, but the Undead Parish church, that one and Undead Berg don't exist in the DLC. Again, we'll talk about that when we get to the DLC. I figured a mix of survivors and Gwyn adherents moving nearby made the Tranquil Walk of Peace golems. No, because we see this again. These are stone knights. They exist in a fort that was built again in the same area again as the Ulasil City area. They are essentially designed the same as the golems. We'll also see in the DLC who are made more for civil engineering and stuff. Hence the differences between them and the knights. And again the stone. Let's see if we have it. The whole. Okay, we don't have the shield here, but the point is that the stone knights are made using our incredibly old, moss-covered, made using old magic, and Ulasil only fell a few hundred years ago. So, like, again, so much. Again, guys, I get you guys want to keep on going for this, but let's move on because I want to get to the bottom and fight Pinwheel so we can end stream. We want to go this way because we won't have to go through Titanite Demon. I think we can run through here without any trouble. So is Nico really unfriendly? I thought this was just him. I thought he was just dim. Does the Japanese give him more dialogue more than him? No, the Japanese doesn't give him. All the Japanese tells us is he's just using basically typical Japanese onomatopoeia for murmurs. So he's just like, you know, he's just speaking under his breath type of thing. He doesn't want to talk to you. He's annoyed. He's bothered. Nico also obviously shows annoyance, but he's more outgoing and open and willing to at least engage us. We're not going to go that way. We're going to go through here. So, Nico's, again, there's a reason why Petrus is like, I'm not really sure if these guys are really friends, because they kind of act like assholes. But as we see with Vince, at least, he's incredibly protective of Ray. It's like, hey, you look awfully radical, you might, you know, God, Dark Souls 1 fall damage is insane. Dark Souls 2, please take point. Oh, so I almost fell. Smile. I almost fell through that very obvious hole. Yeah, nope. Oh my! Nope. Nope, nope. We could see its wilderness back then. I don't doubt Ulasil's involvement in Tranquil Walk of Peace. Just that Tranquil exists before Ulasil fell, since they were sorcerers, even if they kneeled to Gwyn. Onto Pinwheel. Again, buy my book, Abyssal Archive. I will talk about the full arguments there. Also, or continue watching the lore play as we will continue. Ooh, as we will continue moving forward here. Again, onto Pinwheel. There we go. Thank goodness you don't switch weapons. Skull Lantern! Yeah! Woo! And I'm not sure what you mean by wilderness, Night Scout, because as we will go again, we will talk about this later. The wilderness is a garden. It's actually a garden for the royal family specifically. So it's not really wilderness. It's specifically like cultivated land for the royalty. Again, there's a lot to talk about there, more into it, but again, I'm gonna just leave it at that, and we're gonna move on. Again, as I talked about before, how the waterfall will affect things. Woo! Going forward. There we go. We can see how this entire lower region has been flooded by all the water. Oh! Buddy! I should not have been able to do that. Whoop. I should not have been able to get away with that either. Dang it! I dodge rolled a little too late. Hey Loki, hey Scanty. Wilders is just in just trees and rolling hills past the cultivated slash civilized part, that's all. Again, we'll talk about that later. I'm not quite seeing the relevance you're making, but again, let's just drop this and we'll talk about it in a future stream when we get there. I need to focus on forward. So again, Black Knights can be found basically anywhere, including all the way over in the Catacombs. They just go wherever they want to. Nothing stops them. I don't care about any of you guys. We don't care about any of you. We're gonna keep moving. Yes, please, knock yourselves off these ledges. Kill yourselves, please. For my own safety. Actually, we can use this in dark areas, right? Because I'm not using this. Are we still going? Nope, I think he... Oh! Not gonna fall here. Oh. Oh! That was kind of dumb. Oh. Fine. That was a waste of 2 perfectly good Estus flasks, but whatever. We can summon Leroy for this fight, but I don't know if I want to go back and do another round of this as in human form. Nope. So I think we're gonna just say that, yeah, you can summon Leroy for the Pinwheel fight. Whoop-de-doo. Do you think the floor was the result of some lower flooded area floating up? Or did most corpses just get tossed in the valley? I'd say probably mostly the latter. You could probably argue some corpses and stuff might get dredged up from all the water and everything, but with how messy we see the catacombs with the corpse bodies and stuff, you can easily imagine just a bunch of bodies falling down for varying reasons. Let's see if we can avoid... There we go. Right. You are so awful. Loki, what do you think of the localization name for Pinwheel? Do you think they could have tried harder? I think it's fine. As far as... God, your poise is so dumb! Ay, ay, ay. Why would you give these poise, Miyazaki? Why? Every other skeleton, nope, but this one, they're like, ah, yes. Oh. Dodging? Okay, dead. Of course, we can hear Vamos back there hammering away. Oh. Woo. Dang it! Ah! Hey, Vens, welcome on in. As you can see, I'm suffering. I think Pinwheel's localized name is fine. 3-Man Coat is such a like bland name, Ellie, that like the point is that it's a joke, and Pinwheel is a joke. So like, I think it works well enough. I'm sure it confuses people because they're like, why is he called Pinwheel? But it's like, I get it. Okay, there we go. Let's go this way. Ah, nothing like Dark Souls 1's bone wheels. Oh, yeah, nothing like them, that's for sure. They would never be the same again. I can't imagine why. I can't imagine. Oh. Oh. Can you, Thank you. That's one. Come on. I never used that Firekeeper soul, by the way, from New Londo. I'm kind of regretting that now. Now that I've got my curse cured. Yeah, I figured that the Catacombs were always more of a corpse dump. Nito isn't exactly a clean or formal guy. Well, that's the thing. Nito doesn't control this anymore. It's all under Pinwheel. And this is the point I'm making. We have the idea of the giant skeleton of showing us a time capsule of what the Catacombs was like. As we, of course, know, we can, of course, be summoned to Nito. We can go to Nito's domain by having an Eye of Death to offer him while resting in one of the Catacombs, and a giant skeleton will come in. So there's the idea that Nito's servants are typically the, of course, besides the giant skeletons as well as the normal skeletons. We don't quite see that as the case with the necromancers as often. Most of them are just, of course, the regular human skeletons buried here. This is a human burial chamber for servants of the gods from Anor Londo. Because what are you doing there? Why? Why are you there? Why? What put... Oh. Okay, guys, we're gonna go up and drop to where the Black Knight would be, because Black Knight decided he was gonna fall all the way down here. I don't know why. Dark Souls Bone Wheel honestly feel better than Doe's Dark Souls 2 Icy Hedgehogs. Listen, listen. It's Dark Souls 2. There's just... There's nothing I can say more than that. It's Dark Souls 2. What do you expect? At least the bone wheels have to start moving to be obnoxious. The hedgehog can just sit still. I mean, based on Nito's own Tomb of the Giants, are you going to go meet Nito? Not right now, because we have to go to Anor Londo to take down the barrier to meet Nito. But if you mean in terms of peaceful negotiations, I need an Eye of Death first, and I don't have an Eye of Death, so no. Once I have an Eye of Death, everything will be good. Soul a Proud Knight. I don't even care that I left behind souls! Because, frick! That entire area! Okay, guys, ready to die to Pinwheel? This Black Knight likes to detect you through the floor, so yeah. There's an Eye of Death behind that Titanite demon, just snag it. Oh, that's true, Scanty. We can do that right after then. Let's first deal with our Pinwheel boy. Alright, Master of the Catacombs. The ruler here. Again, we can see the giant coffin, so it's a giant version of the human coffins we saw earlier. Give us a better look at some of the stock images used. Again, centaurs fighting with archers and stuff in battles. Warriors with spears and shields and stuff. Again, just generic stuff. You know, argue gives you the idea, again, combined with, like, the other Greek influences, the idea of, like, old Greek tombs with water and stuff involved. Anyway, the point is that, as we can see here, this is a coffin for a giant. Now, as we see here, Pinwheel has set up shop in this coffin. All three of them are experimenting at the table with these skeletons. As we can see here, the skeletons here are left hanging. Now, Pinwheel is... the Pinwheels, I guess, they are ostensibly a necromancer, or necromancers, I guess. Hard to say with them if they consider themselves an individual, but they do act independently. Concept art makes this more obvious, but you can tell the idea that the father is carrying the mother who is carrying the child. They're just basically piggybacking off each other in order to act as one. Oh. 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 Dang it. I happened to hit the real one. Oh, dang it. That wasn't what I wanted to do. Wanted to just have this just in case. Didn't want to die to Pinwheel. There we go. Oh. 1 HP! Again, Pinwheel fights us with lanterns, uses that light to perform light magic of illusions in order to have some presence to them to attack us and things of that nature. Fireballs, things of that nature, using the lanterns. This, of course, is very interesting again because we see light magic generally associated with Ulasil, but we will talk more about that going forward with Ulasil. We get, of course, standard stuff, Humanity, Homer Bone, and then the Rite of Kindling. Now, the Rite of Kindling, I think I mentioned kindling in a previous stream. The idea that kindling means something like fueling fire, fire fueling. The idea being, of course, that you are sacrificing humanity to fuel fire. We already can perform a basic version of this rite or ceremony. The idea being is that this is not just called the Rite of Kindling, this is called the Secret Rite of Kindling. Obviously being is that most humans don't know it because, again, it's been here in the Catacombs / Tomb of the Giants for so long. Unknown, hence why the clerics have made it their mission to learn the more advanced version, so Undead can have the power of heroes with Estus. Now, again, we get the Mask of the Child. Do you believe that the theory that Pinwheel was a family that was fused together or something? No. As Abyssal Archive goes over, there's really no room for that interpretation. We will talk more about Pinwheel and the nature of Pinwheel, or the Pinwheels, I should say, when we get further into Tomb of the Giants, though, because that's, I've done a lot of talking today. I'm feeling a little parched. The way the Gravelord Covenant works also leads me to believe that Nito is a prick. You spread soul disease on purpose for no apparent reason. You sit on your butt not knowing if it works. Yeah, that last part's hilarious. But there is the idea, yes, that Nito essentially spreads death because death adds to his kingdom, right? He is the Lord. He is the Grave Lord. He is the King of Graves, the King of Death. A Lord of the Dead, however you want to put it. The idea being is that he rules over death. He wants to add more death because that increases his power. More forces, more souls, more dead being buried that he can bring to his chamber, all that. So, of course, he wants more death. Being killed by bone wheels makes me laugh every time. Do you believe in the we talked about that. Scanties delete something, I think, or something got deleted, whatever reason. Pinwheel's theme is a banger. Unfortunately, usually there's no chance to listen to it. This is very true, Ropucha. Now, as you can see here, this body was, in fact, not always a skeleton. We can see how there's a lot of bloodied blood on the table and a lot of bloodied implements here used for cutting and dissecting and things like that nature. So again, there's the idea that Pinwheel is not necessarily just taking skeletons, and we don't see him performing any necromantic rituals or anything of that sort. He just seems to take these skeletons, tries to look at them, and then strings them up when he's done. There's no arms or legs, nothing really significant about that there, besides the fact that it'd be kind of weird, annoying to animate all that for all the little individual pieces. The point is that, as we can see, there's just a lot of work that Pinwheel is looking for something. He's looking for something here, for whatever reason. And as we can see from the books all around here, he's trying to research something. He's trying to understand and figure something out. This is a bit weird because, again, we'll talk about that more later, but there's a bit of oddities about the fact that Pinwheel has come in, taken over these catacombs, which, again, as we've talked about, likely originally were part of Nito's domain, and now he's sort of taken this off. We see Leroy, of course, is a paladin, a holy knight, who has tried to help us stop him if we summon him for this fight. Not that we need his help, but that does give us the idea that there is, hey, a holy knight on this mission, but he's not a holy knight doing the mission of the for the Rite of Kindling, as we would think, as we'll see when we get to further into the Tomb of the Giants. Also note on the back wall here, there's this image of a blossoming flower being used on the back of these giant graves. We also see the same symbol used in the catacombs on these graves here. Again, further cementing a connection between the Tomb of the Giants and the catacombs once upon a time. Whoa, never noticed the arena is flooded. What the fuck? Yeah, so, again, the waterfall has water coming down and flooding the lower reaches. This includes to Pinwheel's domain. Pinwheel feels like a boss solely designed for a first-time player who went there early and is still learning the controls, that camera well. Again, it's very obvious that early on that the catacombs, there's cut content related to it, but there's a lot of indication that the catacombs was going to be one of many options for your early game. Like, it's like you had a choice of going between catacombs and Undead Berg instead of Undead Berg and New Londo. Again, New Londo I say like with quotation marks, because yeah. Not really an option to go to New Londo, huh? The idea, of course, being that, shortcut ahead. Yep, good to know. The idea being, of course, that, we would be able to go in and probably kill the skeletons. They were probably made much weaker earlier, and then they just cranked up the numbers, so they would all change, and then you would, be able to beat Pinwheel, who was a relatively easy boss, and then get raffle stomped by the giant skeletons and say, okay, goodbye. But they changed that. Clearly, they cut all that content and they decided the only thing left is really patches and, like you said, a very easy boss that was clearly designed for early game, not for whatever level you challenge these things at. I thought Pinwheel strung up the skeletons first, then to graft weapons to them or modify them. We don't see any examples of any grafting, though, with the weapons. Again, the weapons are the quote-unquote weapons are just saws used for dissection. Again, see the operating table down below. Of course I can't, because these binoculars. And they're just used to help string them up, as you can see. They just use the, they're just used for that purpose. They're not used to actually add anything. Again, we'll talk more about what Pinwheel is doing here, what he's trying to study and research, again, as we go forward, because it's important to understand what we'll see with the Pinwheels in the Tomb of the Giants. Now we get some, Thank you, Skull Lantern. We get some prism stones leading the way. If I recall correctly, there is no bonfire here, so as we can see, the area is supposed to be pitch darkness that not even a torch can light. We can see that some adventurers this far in tried to set up camp with rope, lanterns, bowls and stuff, but they ended up just abandoning the site because, again, no natural light is able to actually work here. We have to use, as this confirms, unnatural light. The idea being is that Nito, there's this sort of idea that it devours the light. So again, we see other functions to this lantern that further cements that it was used here. It also cements the Necromancer's, or rather Pinwheel's, connection to the Tomb of the Giants originally. We also, of course, see that this area, although ostensibly a giant graveyard, isn't just burying giant skeletons we've seen so far. We also see this rather serpentine creature. We see it more in other skeletons, but you can kind of see how the body is more designed like a snake. You have these inverted legs with long claws. You see remnants of what looks like a giant skull, but it has sharp teeth, a bit more elongation to it almost, that we can see, giving it more of almost a snout. This will be important, that we will talk about later. For now, I think we should turn back and hopefully not die, because I have soul. Actually, you know what? This is the time, if any, for Velka. Velka, save me! God, you guys have so many questions to go. You guys are super active at the end today. Pinwheel is trying to attach a Gravelord sword to the one skeleton's arm. No, he's not. There's no, first off, no bones. And next off, again, the saw is being, again, we see the saw. It's covered in blood, and it's on a bloody table that's used for dissection. So, again, we're seeing actual corpses being cut up here. And again, we're not seeing any adding of any type of weapons here. And again, if the idea is, hey, I just want to graft a weapon to this skeleton in place of arms or feet or whatever, one, we don't see any of the results of these experiments, despite how simple this would seemingly be. And again, what would be the need for the books? Anyway. I get you guys really want to force this, but no. Anyway. Trying to replicate Nito's sword arm. Again, that wouldn't be hard because he's a necromancer. He can already do stuff with bones and bringing them back together and forming them as he would want. Because again, necromancer. I like the environmental storytelling, like the campsite you're mentioning now. Wait, the light devouring is supposed to be literal? I thought it was just because it's deep underground. No. Again, you have to use something like this in order to get it done. The idea is that it's an unnatural... It's, basically, no natural light can pierce Nito's domain. We implicitly need unnatural light, i.e. magic light like this lantern. Again, as we see... as we'll see in other effects that this lantern has going further in. But we're not going further in right now. Anyway, let's see if I can survive, or if I'm going to have to rely on the Ring of Sacrifice. I'm hoping I'll be fine. Ah! Well. All those guys are gone. Oh, there's the Black Knight blocking my way, though. Nope! Needed that Ring of Sacrifice. That was the greatest foresight I've ever had. Yeah, resting at the Tomb of the Giants is notorious beginner's trap. Yep. I can imagine. Okay, now let's get rid of these souls. Because I'm probably going to need it for this level up. Yeah, because I need 7k at least, so yeah, let's do this. More into endurance. Keep making my stamina go up with my equip load. Nito himself is bone. They seem held together with magic. He might have made the wheels too as well. As we can see, the bone wheels exist also in the painting world, and are also, of course, a generic enemy in later games. So yeah, no. Bone wheels are just bone wheels. Means someone at FromSoft was like, hey, what if we like attach a skeleton to like a wheel and have him just decide he would roll around using that on the spike wheel? And they were like, brilliant. Let's add it to all our games. So is the Izalith and Ash Lake light unnatural? No, but it's probably because, well, I guess you could argue with the Izalith stuff because it's, you know, it's lava produced by Chaos Fire. So that's that. The jury's out on that one. Ash Lake and stuff, it's because those places are outside of the area. Because if you notice, the light of the domain is basically only in the tomb itself. So it's only in the graveyard area. It stops when you start getting into Nito's boss room area. That's when it starts getting normal light and you can start seeing things normally in front of you. Even though, again, much like the Tomb of the Giants, it should be, again, pitch black if it's, again, quote-unquote, realistic light. But again, there is the idea that it's, you're not gonna, if you're inside the domain of Nito, you're not gonna be piercing that darkness unless you have a special type of lantern. We also see this with the special bug you can put on your head, which also has a sort of, it's a parasite that you can, I think after killed, it's not technically dead. Again, it's like a roach. It still has, like, twitchy stuff, so it's not fully dead. It's still got some, quote-unquote, life in it, that we can use to have it light our way there in a similar fashion. This is why the orange fog wall should have been after Pinwheel and not where it currently is. I agree. That would definitely make more sense. But then you would not be able to complete the Rhea quest. So they couldn't really until you did Anor Londo. So I think they just didn't want to lock you out of finishing that, because then there's not a lot of reasons to. Well, I guess there could be reasons to go back to Firelink Shrine, but like at that point in the game, it's so late with stuff with Petrus and stuff. You want to have that as a quest that you'll do during the mid game. So easy for noobs to get trapped. This is so true. Okay, so let us. Actually, you know what, chat? Because we have gone on for so long, for so much. I'm going to make my way out of the catacombs on my own. In the meantime, I'm gonna just call it here and just say thank you so much, everyone who joined in and asked questions. Like, especially toward the second half there, you guys like went like boom, one after the other, all of you. I really appreciate it. It's really great having all this discussion and interest in the lore of Dark Souls. I'm so happy to see that. You guys have done me a service by helping make this even more enjoyable than it already is. It's been so long since I've last done a proper playthrough of this game, and I'm having a blast, and I hope you guys are too. It's so cool being able to kind of showcase for you guys both the environmental storytelling, the changes and mistakes in the localization that affect our understanding, as well as just sort of talk about the psychology of the characters and things involved for what we know they do or what we're told they do or feel. So yeah, just so much great stuff happening today. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Nito's boss room area has a mass grave outside the fog gate, though. I figured the tomb was just mostly was the most oppressively buried zone. Not the Nito. I think I mentioned this in the last stream, so I think it's okay to talk about it now. Nito is buried in the gods' graveyard. Basically, he rests. He is where the gods rest. So that's something that was localized out, unfortunately. But that's a very important detail to tell you when you're fighting in his boss room. That is the god's burial chamber. So again, it's an area that's even deeper, both in terms of like it's lower underground, but it's also obviously completely isolated from any outside light and stuff like that. So again, the oppressive, quote-unquote, dark light that devours all natural light is something that we see. Is something that we see essentially. Only affect the Tomb of the Giants up until like where the Leroy invasion is. Once you go through that hallway and stuff, it stops. But yeah, we're gonna end things here. Then you guys had so many good talk and interesting topics to discuss. Again, you guys really are interested, so I need to hurry ahead so we can get to talk more about Gwendolyn and Seath and all that stuff. Like, oh boy, believe me, I'm excited. I can't wait. We now finished up Pinwheel and Catacombs. Next time we're gonna go down to Past the Depths. Beat Gaping Dragon, get into Blighttown, defeat Quelaag. Before we do all that, we might do Gargoyles, depending on how we feel about our level right now. I guess we'll see. And yeah, so that'll be next time, though. So, bye!